Okay. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock by my watch and or clock, phone. Anyways, at this time, I call to order the Board of County Commissioners special meeting for budget discussions for March 23, 2026. And ask you to all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led this morning by Chief Operating Officer Kathy Lewis.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We do have all 5 commissioners in chambers today, and we welcome back Commissioner Rice. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
So, missed you last week, but we understand. Okay. And just to give you kind of a preview of where we're going here, we have 4 days of budget meetings. The agenda item remains the same in all 4 days. What we're going to do is we will have public comment at the beginning of the opening public comment. We will have closing public comment, and then we will also allow members of the public to comment at the close of the agenda item this afternoon rather than the individual items. So we'll have basically 3 times for public comment today. We'll maintain the same schedule of 3 minutes per speaker. And we use timing lights for those, and I see everybody has been here before, so I don't know that I need to explain that to you. You will hear we ask you to approach the podium, sign in, state your name, print your name, please, so that we can get that into the record appropriately. And after you state your name, then we'll start the timing clock. You'll hear a signal when it's 30 seconds to go, and then when you hear the red light, we ask you to please sit down. As we indicate, we'll take public comment on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, even though we will probably not be taking any action today on this tentative budget. But that's where we are. And then once again, we'll have closing public comment. So at this time then, without further ado, we'll go into opening public comment.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I'm not sure, I made a request at the last meeting of the Board of Commissioners to have some information provided on the webpage for Douglas County about budget. It says here on number 3, we are not seeking approval of the tentative budget this week. After hearing department presentations and holding discussion, we are seeking board direction to build the final budget for 26-27. The final budget will be presented on May 28th, where commission approval will be sought. If that kind of statement could go out onto the website, it would be very helpful. I've had lots of people ask me questions. I don't want to refer to a document. I would like to see it published by the county so people understand when the final budget is going to be approved for each and every item that's presented before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comment.
Good morning, Jim Jackson. Before I came down here today, my wife sent me a text, and the picture was of Danny DeVito sitting in a pile of money, just throwing it every place. And she said, "Is that what's going to happen today?" And I said, "I certainly hope not." Not having been to budget meetings before, I'm not quite sure what this is going to be like. Everybody said it's several long days of sitting here and trying to figure out what's been going on. What I'd like to do is to remind you, as you're looking at these budgets, the primary function of the government is the welfare and the safety of its citizens. And the money that you are going to be spending is our money. We don't mind having it spent if it's spent properly. So in all of these budget hearings, I'd like to make sure that you're keeping that first and foremost in your mind, that you are spending other people's money and that your job is the welfare and the safety of those people. So if you can keep that in mind, then everybody should get along fine. Everything. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there an additional public comment before we get started? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. And my response to Mr. Jackson is this: I don't look at it as other people's money. I look at it as my money. Okay, and my pockets are not deep. Okay, because I pay taxes also. So I try to be very, very careful in how we spend our public money. Yes. Yours and mine, okay, out of our personal pockets, because we don't manufacture money. We are not a profit-raising organization. So with that, let's go into, first of all, I will ask at this time for, entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the proposed agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Now we'll go into the administrative agenda. I did want to mention that we will, this morning, we're going to hear from Finance, and we will hear from the Sheriff, and he's in attendance. So we're looking forward to that robust discussion. And then after that, whatever time that he is done, we will take a 1-hour break for lunch, okay? And then we'll come back and resume the rest of the day. So at this time, I'll read the agenda item into the record. For possible action, discussion to provide staff direction in the preparation of the fiscal year 26-27 budgets for all Douglas County and Douglas County Redevelopment Agency funds. Discussion may include a general overview of the Douglas County budget and presentations by staff, including but not limited to presentations on the following: general fund, all departments, including supplemental requests; special revenue funds, including supplemental requests; debt service funds, enterprise funds, including supplemental requests; internal service funds, including supplemental requests; capital projects funds, including supplemental requests; redevelopment agency funds; and capital improvement projects. And our discussion this morning is going to be led off by Ms. Kathy Lewis, our Chief Operating Officer and previous CFO. So
Yes.
she's very well versed in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. Welcome to our first day of 4. Luckily, 2 days this week, and then you'll have a break, and then 2 days next week. But I think I was talking to Commissioner Tolbert. I really always enjoy these presentations. I think departments talking about what they do with the funds that they have allocated to them is such a useful conversation. So looking forward to it. Never looking forward to me speaking, but looking forward to everybody else speaking. Let's get, oops, went too far. Okay, I do have a budget kickoff presentation, talk about our major revenues, where we're at right now in the general fund for the tentative budget, what we're expecting of the commission during these budget hearings, and also a timeline of what to expect for the budget. So a budget, we all know what a budget is. Basically, we have it in our household, but NRS defines a budget as a plan of financial operation for a period of time. So the budget we're looking at is building a budget for next fiscal year, which is July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. The state, as many of you know, prescribed how to build a budget. And I always smile because they have 3 basic requirements to build a budget for all local governments. They require the county to submit a tentative budget on their state forms by April 15th. They require entities to have a budget hearing for counties. It's between like the last 2 weeks in May, so between May 18th and May 29th. and then they require a budget to be adopted by June 1st. But in Douglas County, of course, we do much more than that. We started working with departments and elected officials in January. So January through March, the county departments and elected officials prepared an adjusted base budget. They prepared any supplemental requests that they're looking for or any CIP requests. And then with the county manager's office and finance, we put what they prepared into the binder or into the backup for you guys to review. Starting today, we'll start the 4 days of budget hearings where every department director and elected official will present. We will submit to the state by April 15th. We will submit the tentative budget on their forms. We will come back to you on your May 7th board meeting for an update of anything that we've been working on the budget to keep the public and you guys informed of what we've been working on. And then May 28th is when we have scheduled to have that required budget hearing, and we're hoping at that date that we'll adopt the budget and then have the budget adopted by June 1st. Kind of what to expect. We talked about the 4 full days. Our goal is for you and the public to listen to what departments and elected officials do. We are not, and I know correctly stated, Commissioner Gardner, we are not seeking approval of the tentative budget. We are seeking direction. We write down your thoughts, write down comments from the public, and then we will go back and keep working on the budget to get it to balance and present a balanced budget on that May 28th.
So, and I think that's an important thing for the public to understand, and maybe we're kind of glossing over that, is that we are required, and members of the public need to understand this, we are required to present a balanced budget to the state, right? We can't overspend. We can't present a budget that our expenses exceed our revenues. So, okay, I think that's important for the public to understand.
Just one quick correction. We are required to submit a balanced budget. Some entities and us at times have used our ending fund balance to help balance for if we want to do a planned spend down. We are required to make sure it's balanced, that we actually have an ending fund balance amount. State law says that if you adopt a budget with less than 4% ending fund balance, then the state tax commission will look at you and determine if they want to be involved to help you right size that a little bit. 4%, keep in mind, is about a half a month of reserve. So about 8.33% is 1 month of reserve, 16.67% is 2 months of reserve. If you adopt a budget of less than 4%, that's when the state gets involved. And we'll talk more about where we're at. I do want to remind where we started. We started with a budget kickoff at this board meeting on January 22nd. We presented budget directives that were adopted by you guys, by the board, that we presented to the departments and elected officials. They used these directives to build their budget. And to go through quickly with these directives is that talk about a balanced fund. Even though the state has where you can use reserves, we have directives that say that we want our operating expenditures equal to or less than our projected operating revenues. And if it's an enterprise or an internal service fund, we want that funds to reflect the full cost of operating. Revenues, we want departments and elected officials to really review their revenues and project them conservatively. We don't want to be over projection. On the same side, we don't want to be really under projected just to save something in there. We want an accurate projection as best we can. We're not economists, but as best we can. Personnel costs, this budget is built with no new personnel. If departments or elected officials are seeking no personnel requests, they will submit it to you during their presentation. But the tentative budget is based with no new personnel. Unless it's been approved by you guys at other meetings, we built those in, and we'll go through that at the end of this presentation. And then the personnel costs are built on our current contracts with our associations, current policy, and current law. So it's based on those parameters. Service and supplies, the directive was that departments shall not increase their service and supplies from this year's adopted budget. You will see everybody followed that directive. We do have some departments and elected officials that felt like after they scrubbed that budget, they still needed an increase in their service and supplies, and they'll present that to you as an operating request. So that is outside of what the budget we have now. Capital outlay, this slide just shows you what those limits are for capital outlay for the CIP program. So those were the directives that, that were approved at the January 26th meeting, 22nd meeting, sorry, and that we presented to the board, to the elected officials and directors to prepare their budgets. Now switching to how government works, how funds are structured, I want to do a quick overview of that. Any questions so far? Did I ask questions during, Commissioner Gardner, or?
I just want to let the board know, as you have questions as we roll through this today, tomorrow, and next week, please don't wait for me to recognize you, okay? Go ahead and ask your question, as long as we don't triple.
Funds are self-balancing. They're a fund. They're a self-balancing. I don't know if you want to call it like ball. Fund is so if we have the general fund, we expect general fund to be self-balancing. Its revenues and expenditures support each other. Special revenue funds, the same thing. There are different types of funds and how they operate. The general fund is used to account for our ordinary operations. It is the fund that has all our elected officials, has our judicial services are accounted for in the general fund. In addition to our service departments, our IT, HR, finance, county manager's office, the commissioners, and community development. So this is the fund that is the catch-all that does the operations, big operations of the county. If a government decides that they have a specific revenue source and they want to account for it separately, the expenditures for that separately, they can create a special revenue fund. So a special revenue fund is a fund that account for very specific revenues for a specific purpose. For example, cooperative extension is its own special revenue fund. We have a tax rate that supports the UNR cooperative extension activities. We have that in a special revenue fund, so we can account for those expenditures and that revenue associated with it separately than the general fund. Internal service funds and enterprise funds, we say they act most like a business. If you want to try to equate government to business, we expect the costs in those funds to support the functions in those funds. So, for example, enterprise funds, a couple of our enterprise funds are our water fund and our sewer fund. We expect the charges for the sewer fund for those residents that use our sewer to support the sewer activities. We don't expect it to support the general fund, and we don't expect the general fund to support the sewer fund. So these are the most like a business. We expect whatever revenue they set in those funds will support those functions. I don't know if they're noises. Capital funds are another type of fund that we account for capital outlay, and we have several capital funds. We'll go through those. Most of them will go through, I think, next Tuesday when finance talks about funds that are not associated with a department and go through those funds. Debt service is a special fund that we can set up to account for our debt service of government funds, not enterprise funds, because we expect that debt to stay in that fund, but it accounts for our debt service for the Justice Center and for the Community Center. You'll see transfers out of funds that go to the debt service fund. So when we get to the general fund, you'll see a transfer out from the general fund to the debt service fund to pay for that debt service. And the last one is we have redevelopment funds. We do not have any active redevelopment areas, but up at the lake, we collect $1.3 million to transfer to pay for Tahoe Blue. And so we have a redevelopment fund that accounts for that. And then, of course, we have a redevelopment fund down here that still has the funding from when that redevelopment fund was ended. That funding is still in those funds. So we have redevelopment funds that we account for. So in Douglas County, we have 36 total funds. Over the years, we've collected 26 total funds. I have, the presentation I'm doing now will be uploaded as supplemental, plus I made copies. I took the time to list the funds within these categories, more of a reference tool. So the public and you guys would know when I talk about special revenue funds, what funds am I actually talking about? And here's a list of those funds. When I'm talking about enterprise funds, what funds are we talking about? So it's more a reference tool. Our tentative budget, these are slides that we do almost every time we present a budget of where we're at. And this is tentative, remember, it will change for final. And also too, you'll see different numbers as we talk about, sometimes we do these percentages without beginning and ending fund balances, and sometimes we do them with. These percentages are based on with the ending fund balances and beginning fund balances in there. So 45% of our total budget of all 36 funds comes from either taxes or intergovernmental or revenues from other governments. 45% of our revenues come from that. This is the budget broken out by the different types of funds. I'm going to go back up here. So we have 17 special revenue funds, and those 17 special revenue funds for the tentative budget make up $68 million. The general fund's $83 million. Of course, that's our biggest fund. We'd expect that. That's our general operation. So there's a breakout there. And then in the general fund, we wanted to look at general fund specifically, and in the general fund, 68% of our revenues come from taxes and intergovernmental revenues. That's where most of our money comes from, is property taxes and state consolidated taxes. This is total county, so this is all 30, I already forgot the number, 36 funds. All 36 funds, 35% of that total funds is salaries and benefits. So this is broken out by category. This is expected because if you look at all our funds, we have our enterprise funds that have higher balances because they are more capital in nature, the sewer and stuff like that are saving for replacement. So this is to be expected when you look at everything. But then when you look at the general fund, where most of our operations are, most of our people are located, 65% of the general fund are salaries and benefits. So about 60-some% of our revenue come from taxes, and about 60-some% of our expenditure goes out for salaries and benefits. And then breaking out the general fund further by function, as we expect, the biggest function we do in the general fund is both public safety and judicial. That's over 50% of our budget is that safety of our citizens that was discussed earlier.
Kathy, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Am I okay?
As long as you're not tripping over us, yes, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the public, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I did just want to take a moment to chat about, because it has been the subject of discussion and questions that I have received from members of the public regarding the percentage of our total operating budget and how much of it is related to salaries and benefits in the general fund. And as Kathy noted, it's 65%. When you look at other comparable organizations in the region and across the nation, this is actually in the lower range of what you would expect to see for a local government entity. Usually it averages somewhere to be between around 60%, I'd say, is the lowest I've ever seen it, to as high as 80% for some local government agencies. And then Kathy, if you don't mind jumping to the next slide, I think this is important. That makes sense. When you look at the types of services that we deliver from the general fund, we're not like a business where we're carrying a large amount of inventory, where we're selling a product when we deliver these services. These are people-heavy services. These are your court personnel, your sheriff's officers, and there's not a lot of opportunity for us to charge a fee for those services. It would not be appropriate to charge a fee in addition. For example, the sheriff's office charging for responding to a call every time. That's just not typical for government and not appropriate for government. So I just wanted to call that out. and say that I think this organization does a very good job of being on the conservative side of trying to keep our salaries and benefits on the lower end of those ranges of what you would expect to see for a government agency. And I do also just want to acknowledge the efforts of our department heads and our elected officials to ensure that we're using our people as efficiently and effectively as we can. A couple of years ago, we did eliminate some positions. So I do think we are operating lean and mean, and we can go through that conversation as part of this larger budget discussion with the commission as we get closer to the end of the budget hearings. But I just wanted to jump in and say that. Thanks, Kathy.
I do. I'm sorry. Can I just follow up? I've had members, sorry, getting organized here. I've had members of the public ask me about the use of AI to make our work more efficient. I really like what you said about keeping our staff lean and mean and working efficiently. And I don't know if department heads would be ready to mention if they use AI or how in their departments, but I have had interest from the public in learning about that. And that, I know that might be a subject for a different day, but since you mentioned that general area, I thought I'd throw that out.
Perfect. I will go on to our major general fund major revenues. This presentation, if you've seen since I started presenting a couple years ago, has not changed much. I think it's important to talk about how our general fund revenues, especially those taxes, right? The two biggest ones is property taxes and state consolidated taxes, and how they work, and what the forecast or what it looks like going forward. So property taxes, I always love this slide, and I always have to admit that this parcel is my parcel, so I look at it very closely. So it's one parcel that in 2005, the legislative session capped property taxes. They capped property taxes so they couldn't go more than 3% if it's residential or up to 8% if it's commercial. If you look at my parcel back then, in 2004, I paid $1,889 in taxes. If the legislature had not capped taxes, I would have paid, $2,568. But because they capped taxes, I only paid $1,945. As a homeowner, I appreciate what they did, because this was a huge savings. They were dealing with a lot. They had, it was across Nevada, assessed values, you can see, were at this time were increasing substantially. But taxes, so the gray line is what I actually paid in taxes. The orange is what I could have paid if the taxes were not capped. So the difference between the two is what is called abatement. That's what, when you hear abatement on your taxes, is the difference between what you could have paid if the taxes were not capped and what you actually paid. So you can see the interesting thing is we went through a recession during this period too. Assessed values started dropping off. My taxes would have dropped off. But even at this time, even in 2010, at that time, even with that huge decrease in my assessed value, I was still paying less than I could have if they had not capped taxes. And then it did hit, I think in Douglas County, we had a handful of properties that hit this year where the assessed value, what you could have paid and what you did pay matched, where they equaled because of the dropping in the assessed values. For me, it was in 2012. That's when all that abatement went away because of the recession. And then we're slowly building. The interesting thing is you can see, and I've been showing this same slide for the past 3 years, we were here, it dropped a little bit, it keeps getting closer and closer to where what I could pay and versus what I pay because it's capped. This is a new slide that I put in here.
Before we leave that slide, Kathy, I just wanted to indicate that that's a 3% maximum increase on an annual basis. That doesn't necessarily mean that our county assessor is going to tax you at that maximum rate of increase. Would that be a fair statement, or is that a statement I should ask Trent when he comes before us?
I have a slide in 2 times that will answer that. It's not necessarily what Trent does. He does the assessment. It's state law that determines the cap for that.
I just you have 6.1 for commercial. You said it was 8%. Why is it less?
The law is that it's the lower of the 10-year rolling average of assessed values or twice the CPI up to 8%. So this year, twice the CPI was 6.1%, and so that's the max you could do for commercial. Right. The new slide I added was there was a parcel up at Tahoe on, I think it was right on the banks, that sold in 2025, sold for $41 million. And the reason I want to show this is I'm hearing more and more discussions from other local governments about our property tax system and how it limits it limits local governments in what they can collect because we're capped. And what I've heard the discussion going, and who knows what's going to happen, is that so in this parcel sold in 2025 for $41 million. This parcel had a 6.1% cap, so it was at the commercial cap. When it sold, it could have, if there was no cap, if it wasn't capped when it was sold, they could have paid $123,000 in taxes. But because of the cap, the new owners only paid 6.1% more than the previous owners did. This is an extreme example.
That's why I'm confused. I thought if you sold, it went to the fair market value. You're saying if you sell it, you still get the cap.
You do. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. That's the interesting thing about our law, our state law, is that the taxes are capped on what was paid last year, the prior year, regardless of who owned it, regardless of the change in ownership.
And that's what's different from California.
Correct.
And that's why California is moving here.
Correct.
Is that both
Okay,
commercial
now
and
also, I'm sorry,
both commercial and residential?
Correct. Yes. Yes. So the cap does not reset based on sale. The cap is based on the prior year taxes regardless of ownership of who owned it in the prior year. If the cap did reset on sale, and this is more of a policy discussion at the state, but if the cap had reset in this example, the entities in this tax area would have shared an extra $50,000 in revenue. Extreme example, property sold for $41 million, but it could have done that.
the vacation home rentals are considered commercial properties and are subject to the 6.1% maximum cap on an annual basis. Is that?
That would be a question for our assessor, how he does that.
Well, since almost everybody else chimed in, I will on that one too. So another detriment of this is that if you have owned your home forever and then sold it, your taxes could be way less than your neighbor in the exact same house. So if you have a development like Mill Creek back here where there's only 4 different houses, they're all the same plan. If somebody owned it and then sold it, that person would be way low at only 3% a year, versus if it had been rented for the same amount of time, that person had been growing at 6%, they could be paying twice as much in taxes for the exact same home. So this is where there's the kind of a flaw in that system. So, or you could
Correct.
say there was a flaw in that system.
That is one of the things about that system. Yeah.
So just to be clear, are you saying that there are some folks that are considering an effort to change that so upon sale it resets?
I have heard that. I pulled up a presentation, I believe it was in City of Reno. They had some consultants that talked about this very issue, and they've been in the paper talking about how they would like to see that change. So I would expect at the next legislature something to come across, but I don't know how much traction. I think property tax and elections, those are always have the most bills at the legislature sometimes. I guess it's from my perspective what I see. I would imagine our DA would argue with me, but that, yeah, I would expect something to come across. And I wanted just to show you what that difference is and when they're talking, what they're talking about. Right.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's a discussion that has gone before the state legislature almost every session, is that process right there. Yeah.
Commissioner Gardner, this is where we talk about the caps a little bit more, that you guys can see the history in the cap. So the cap is set by state law. It is as long as the actual taxes you would pay without the cap is more, the cap is in existence. So it is, you can see the history of it. The residential cap is always at 3% unless the commercial cap is less than 3%, that it goes to the commercial cap. So we had a couple years, 16, 17, where the commercial cap was lower than 3%, which meant the residential cap lowered than 3%. But otherwise, it's at 3%. The commercial cap is the one that can change every year depending on the 10-year rolling average or the 2 times the CPI.
Mr. Chairman, if I can jump in here. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. This slide for me is one that we are going to want to watch as we continue to look at projections for what revenues might do moving forward. I find it fascinating that because of the way taxes are structured in the state of Nevada, that the hardest financial times that this organization experienced was actually in 2016, fiscal years 2016, 17, and 2017, 18. Because of the delay in the assessed values catching up with what the economy was doing. So we actually were coming out of the recession from an economy standpoint, but taking the biggest hits on the county's budget, looking at salary freezes, furloughs, all of those things. 3 years later, 2 or 3 years later, is when we really drastically had to correct course with the budget before. And in my opinion, and one of the things that I worry about if I'm hunting for alligators is this is the first year where the commercial 8% is at that 6.1. We're still at the 3% area, but we're starting to see that where we're maybe hitting that cycle of a recession. So when I speak to department heads in this organization and elected officials in this organization, we are very mindful of what's going on here. This is a canary in the coal mine type, maybe first look at, we might have a problem 5 years from now. What we do today in right-sizing this budget as part of these budget hearings, as in conversations with the commission, has a huge impact on our ability to respond 5 years from now when it actually gets really bad. And I'm just so grateful that the department heads are open to these conversations, that we go into this with eyes wide open, very effective communication and collaboration across the organization. And I'm thankful for their work. When I asked them to look hard at the budget because of your budget directives, they looked hard, and I thank them for that effort.
To add on to Jennifer, our county manager, the having the commercial cap at that 10-year rolling average, because of the recession hit, because if you look here, when we had the huge drops in assessed value, our 10-year rolling average for up until 2021 was negative. When you look at that 10-year rolling average, we had such negative drops in assessed value during the recession that 10-year rolling average didn't help us. So then we're looking at the CPI because it's higher of the 10-year rolling average or the CPI, and then we were at the mercy of the CPI more than that 10-year rolling average. So it was interesting when we put this slide together a couple years ago, and I think both the county manager and I went, oh wow, this really does show that picture of what it did, what that recession is, and how long it took us to climb out of that recession piece of it.
I guess I just never understood that the commercial rate was a floating number. I always thought it was at 8%. Am I the only one? Yeah, okay. Because that's what we've been told, okay, 8%, 8%, 8%, and now we're seeing 6.1. Well, that's almost a 2% drop, and that's a significant amount of revenue that we don't have available to us.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to tighten our belts.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
In addition to the cap on taxes, on the taxes you pay, there's also a cap on the tax rate. This cap has been in place for longer than I've worked here. But property owners, per state law, cannot pay more than $3.66 on their parcel. So wherever that parcel's at, they cannot pay more than $3.66. In addition, taxation, there's a formula in state law, I cannot explain it, but it's taxation will determine each of the taxing entities what their maximum tax rate could be in a given year. For next year, taxation has told us that Douglas County could have a combined rate of $1.38. But because we have 5 areas in the county that are at this 366 cap, we cannot increase our property tax rate. It will stay at the $1.16 because we have these 5 areas, and they're 5 distinct areas. We have 1 at the lake, we have 3 in the valley, and then we have 1 down in Topaz. So we cannot increase our tax rate because we cannot go over, these property owners cannot pay more than $3.66. I kept Johnson Lane in here only to show that a area that is not at the cap and how those tax rates work. And if you're looking and curious, how I've structured the spreadsheet is these are the tax rates, and that's actually, sorry, these are 24, 25 tax rates they are. This is the tax rate that each entity has assessed, and you only pay for the tax rate of the services you get within wherever you live. So I live in Town of Minden. I'm going to pay Town of Minden's tax rate. I'm going to pay Minden-Gardnerville Sanitation's tax rate, the county's tax rate, the school tax rate, the state tax rate, and the swim district tax rate. So here I am, Town of Minden. This is what I'm going to pay. But Johnson Lane is not going to pay Town of Minden's tax rate because they don't receive services from Town of Minden.
So this is my question, which doesn't make any sense here. Every one of those that are at the cap are GIDs or towns that are paying for roads, right? Road maintenance. The ones outside are not paying for road maintenance. So their tax rate's less, but they're not paying for road maintenance in a separate fund, and the county's general fund has to pay for that. Are there any other examples of that
That are outside.
places outside those areas are not paying for taxes, that those areas are paying for taxes?
We have, and I don't know how many taxing areas we have, but I have a map that I can provide that shows you the taxing areas and the tax rates that those parcels pay for, or those properties don't pay for in there. But we do have a couple areas throughout the county that are outside a GID service area.
I'm not so worried, inquisitive about the tax rate as I am the services that they're getting with the additional tax that the other ones aren't, that the county's having to pay for that they don't in those other areas. I'm talking in circles, but I hope you understand what I'm saying.
And I think there was, during the road workshop, I believe that was discussed too, the different areas and stuff like that. It is a nice complex web of areas and GIDs that we have in the county and everything. So yes.
So, and we hear from the public all the time, if the board needs money somewhere, they just increase our property taxes. Well, this is a very clear illustration that we don't have that ability. We don't have that authority. That's not within our jurisdiction. This is all set by NRS, okay? So the state would have to do that. And so, for instance, and I live in Topaz Ranch Estates, we're at the maximum, we're at the cap, and yet we have 26 miles of infrastructure down there, roads and water, and roads are deteriorating probably at a greater rate because they weren't built to really standard to originally. The only method that they really have, or these other entities have, to raise additional taxes for special things would be a special assessment that they would have to vote on to assess themselves those additional fees. Am I expressing that correctly?
I don't know the exact law, but you are correct. They cannot raise their tax rate to do that in these areas.
Yeah.
And I will just say, we'll pick on the Conservancy District, the Carson Water Conservancy District, at the 0.03 tax rate. Let's say that they decided that they no longer needed the tax rate, that they have enough revenue coming in at a different rate, they no longer need the tax rate. If they did away with their tax rate, the county still could not increase our tax rate because we are at the cap in Oliver Park and down at Topaz, and the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District's not in those areas. So if for some reason Indian Hills overall tax rate went down, the county still could not increase our tax rate because we are still capped at these other areas. It is, yes. Then I wanted to break out our $1.16 and where it goes. It doesn't all go to the general fund. That $16.8 goes to many places. The biggest piece is the general fund, is 87 cents goes to the general fund. Western Nevada Youth Center, I'll go through these pretty quickly, is by state law, we could assess a small tax rate to help with our assessment to WINRIC, and we've done that years ago, so this helps pay for our assessment to WINRIC. Cooperative Extension supports our 4-H, our cooperative extension programs. Assistance to Indigent helps with our long-term care. Brooke Adey, our community services director, will talk about that more next week. Social services, we have a 3-cent tax rate that helps support social services. China Spring, again, we're allowed to assess, and these rates have not changed for years, but we are allowed to assess a small tax rate to help us pay for our portion of China Spring, our assessment for the county.
This one, when you say that we haven't raised those rates in years, it does go up because it goes up by the 3% for the homes and 6.
The taxes do, but the rate does
Exactly.
not, right?
Okay.
Yes. We have 911 emergency management is a voter-approved rate of almost 5 cents. Risk management helps with our risk management fund. Ad valorem capital projects, 5 cents go to that. And we'll talk about that more next week with the ad valorem project. Most of this money collected here is dedicated towards our 10-year bond for the Justice Center. So that'll be tied up for 10 years. Regional Transportation District, this is where we put money aside. We took some of the general fund rate and moved it to roads about 10, 12 years ago. And then State of Nevada, we have $0.015 that goes to them for the State Motor Pool Accident Fund. We expect when we come back for the final budget that we will be asking for you guys to consider moving part of this tax rate in the general fund to regional transportation. And it's the fund, I'm going to read what I wrote because I read that. In order to shift the general fund support from stormwater to roads, we would like to do that through the tax rate. So we're going to come back and ask you to look at that tax rate, moving that. And where are we at? So this is the general fund rate, the 87 cents, and its growth. I always say that I think the growth on existing assessed value, what I've seen over the years, has been usually about halfway between our two caps. So I have a 6.1% cap and a 3% cap. So the growth on existing assessed value is about 4.5%, is a good rule of thumb. How I get up to the 6.45% is adding in new construction. This is a projection that we do. Trent, our assessor usually adds all the new construction in the next couple months. And so in talking with him, talking with community development of trying to determine what we want to project for next year's budget for new construction, we have budgeted $100 million for countywide overall. Sorry, as I poke that. Here's a history of what the actual new construction has been. So 25-26, I think we budgeted $110 million and it came in at $111 million. So pretty close budget. But so we lowered it. We think we're starting to slow down a little bit, so we put $100 million in for new construction. Now going on to state consolidated taxes. I promise we're almost through my part. State consolidated tax is the other big piece of it. State consolidated tax is not just sales tax. It includes two pieces of it is sales tax, and then a little bit for cigarette, liquor, real property transfer tax, and government service tax on your vehicles. We'll talk about the sales tax piece of it now, but know that state consolidated taxes is actually 6 taxes put together. For the state sales tax, the minimum state sales tax statewide is 6.85%. And it's made up of these 4 pieces of it. 2 cents is to the state general fund, 2.6% is local school support tax, and then our basic city county relief tax and our supplemental county relief tax. So every resident, every county has to charge at least 6.85%. But then counties can increase their tax rate through various forms higher than that 6.85%. I've highlighted Douglas. We added a 1/4 cent for the PAL sales tax back in 99, I think, or 98, back in the late 90s. So Douglas County is at 7.1%. This is from state taxation. I love this structure because it shows you what every county is doing in Nevada and how they're doing it. So for example, You look at Clark County has a 3-cent property or a 30-cent property tax act that they added by a special act for police support. We know exactly where it came from. We know that they added regional transportation a 1/4 cent, and they used NRS 377A to do it. So this is a great reference tool to know what every county does and what NRS or what statute they use to increase that rate.
I asked you, well, you didn't say what the miscellaneous facilities and services was for. Is that for?
Oh, that is our PALS tax. That's what they call it in state law, but it's our PALS tax. Thank you. Our sales tax, the SCCRT, we became a non-guaranteed county a couple years ago. Up until then, the state would guarantee us a certain portion of the sales tax would be distributed back to counties that were guaranteed counties at a guaranteed amount. And so this is what the state said, that we are guaranteed these amounts. They came to the county in 22, 23, right in there, and said, what you actually earn in sales tax is more than your guaranteed amount. We think you should go to a non-guaranteed status. The counties are allowed to push that out, I think, 1 year or 2 years if they prefer. I will tell you, I listened to the hearing where we as a county said that we wanted to go to a non-guaranteed status, agreed with them. There was, I think Pershing at the time said they prefer to wait another year because they felt like their sales tax increased unnaturally because of the mines, because the mines were purchasing stuff, and so they wanted to wait another year before they went to that non-guaranteed status. So we've been a non-guaranteed status. You can tell over the years it has benefited us. But it also is something we have to watch the economy, because we will feel the impacts of sales tax right away as being a non-guaranteed county versus a guaranteed county. Right. So the state, on their preliminary projections, and this is what the tentative budget is built on, they projected a little less than 1% increase in sales tax. I will tell you they've come back with their final projections. After we've done this, we'll build it into our final budget, where they did increase that number by $693,000. So that's very helpful. I thought they probably would, because we're seeing, we're doing actually pretty good with our projection this year. So I was pleased to see what I thought they should increase it to. They actually increased it to.
Are you comfortable with that? You're still comfortable with that decision, and you're comfortable with what the state is providing us with those numbers?
I think I think it's the hardest number to project, and I don't know if they do the best job, but I don't know if I could do a better job. So it is one we watch every month to make sure we're on track. My spreadsheet even looks to see if by the 4th month, if we should be 60% through the year, are we 60% through the year? I'm looking very closely at those numbers to make sure we're tracking. But I do, because we're tracking good now, right, for this year.
So our message to our public would be buy local, right? Yes. Buy local, okay? Stay within our jurisdiction.
So is there something we can be doing to help solidify that? I know what kind of things, like I know Carson promoted the car dealerships. I know that helps them sustain a lot of their sales tax rate in Carson City because of that. And so I'm not asking that we bring them in, but is there certain things that we as a county can be doing to help stabilize this and make sure that we stay in the black in this?
That's a great question. I'll have to think about that. I'm not sure I have a great answer for you on that, but I can think about it and get back with you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can jump in, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. So I think Commissioner Gardner's comments are well taken. The more we can do to encourage our residents to shop local and to consider local businesses first, the better. We do have our economic vitality position, manager position, that we will be recruiting for in the near future. And we are folding that position into our community development department. I think there's some real synergy and potential there, and I think we should continue to have this conversation as part of our bigger strategic planning efforts. So please remind me that we should look at possibly incorporating some strategic planning objectives around this when we next discuss the strategic plan.
Can I chime in here? it just happened that we had to replace cars. And so I learned a little. If you buy your car out of state, you can probably correct me if I get any of this wrong. If you buy your car out of state, then you'll register it with using your home address, and the taxes you pay on that purchase go to Douglas County, whether you register it at the Carson City DMV or at our Lake office. If you buy your car within the state of Nevada, the sales tax will go to whatever county you purchased the car in. So I think that's a lot of money, a purchase of a car. And so that's kind of a nice, I think that's getting at the strategy you were talking about, not just buying your groceries and those kinds of things local, but a car, that's several $1,000s sometimes, so.
That is the discussion I had on the major revenues. I wanted to talk about how we're going to balance the 26-27 budget and look in general fund specifically. This is really quick to outline really the pressures we have in balancing our funds. The sales tax growth, great discussion we've had. It is a hard one to project, and it's one that is really susceptible of what the economy is doing too. So we have to watch that sales tax growth. We're not a guaranteed county anymore, so we're very vulnerable to any economic swings that we have. Property taxes are capped. We've talked about that. Room taxes are flattening. Brooke 80 will talk about that next week. Expenditure pressures most time outpace our revenue growth.
That's what I'd like you to explain, because that doesn't make sense to me, except when there's high inflation, but we've had low inflation for many years. Why is that happening? And that is what I think most people question about our budget.
I will show you in the next slide when we kind of go through our revenues. It's funny you say that. That's probably my weakest skill is the economist piece of it. I can tell you where the numbers are and what they're showing. And when 60-some% of our revenues are for state consolidated taxes and property taxes are capped. State consolidated taxes, most of it is sales taxes. It's subject to the economy. Those do not grow as fast as our personnel costs or our like our service and supply costs, some of the contract costs.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at, though. The personnel cost is based upon what our budget is able to do. We shouldn't be paying more money when the budget's not increasing more. We have a 4%, or you said on average 4.5% on the property taxes that we're increasing. The inflation has it's been below, except the last year and a half with Biden stuff, it's been below 4% and closer to 3%. It seems like we'd have more money to pay for the cost of these goods, which is the second avenue you said, but you're saying it costs more.
It does. There are personnel costs that are not just wages. We are part of the state PERS system, retirement system, and those rates are pretty significant. Our health insurance, just like I think every citizen's health insurance is going up, is that we have health insurance increase in costs. We do have, and we have state law addresses how we pay our elected officials, and we have association contracts that we've entered into that we've agreed to pay certain wages. And so all those pressures together will increase whatever the service and supplies, the personnel costs are. But I want to say, I pulled some headlines and say that we're not unique and we're not alone. Local governments, I think probably across the nation, I probably could have pulled headlines. I pulled headlines from around northern Nevada and even down in Clark County. City in Reno right now, for their tentative budget, they're looking at a $24 million deficit. One article I read that said the race for mayor for both Sparks and Reno will focus around the budget. They feel like those mayoral races will focus around the budget. RTC in May of 25 identified a $136 million funding gap. Mayor or Commissioner Alexis Hill has said that realistically we're not keeping up with inflational numbers with the growth that we're experiencing in Washoe County. Washoe County last year, when they built the budget they're in now, they were facing a $27 million deficit. So talk about then what do we do? How do we address these financial challenges? I think we start with those board directives that you guys approved, that the board approved on January 22nd. I know you didn't approve the word scrub, but that's the word we use with directors and elected officials, is to really scrub their budget and look at it before they ask for any increases and see where they have some possible savings, or to help us keep the service and supplies as flat as possible. I think Commissioner Tolbert, you had alluded to the same thing, and our county manager has talked about it with her departments of how using I think Commissioner Hales too, is how do we use the technologies we have now to make us more efficient, and how do we lower those costs how do we use technologies to better serve our citizens at a lower cost? And so we're constantly looking at that. What do? We use the 5-year forecast quite a bit. The county manager and I probably look at it weekly, I would say, at our 5-year forecast. We use it as that canary in the coal mine. How does that 5-year, what does it look like in that 5th year? What does it look like in our 2nd year? What can we do now to make that 2nd year or next year look better? What changes, what policy changes do we need to discuss with the board to make those changes? And then we're continuing monitoring our indicators, like what indicators are out there that can help us know how we're doing, help us give us the soonest as possible indication that we might need to make some course correction. And then we generally do not build a budget where our expenditures outpace our revenues. We want that to be our revenues. That was a directive, that our expenditures shall be the same as our revenues. But the tentative budget for the general fund right now is $1.2 million. The expenditures exceed the revenues by $1.2 million. Going through these revenues is the property tax projection and the sales tax projection. When you look at all our revenues put together, it's about a 3.3% growth. When you look at all our expenditures, we're at a 3.7% growth. That's where our imbalance is that we'll continue to work at. We have a couple of good news. About half of this will be that sales tax number that I told you that they released after the fact. So we have some good news. We'll continue to work with departments. We're going to listen as closely as you are to these department presentations, see where we can fund one-time expenditures and other ways to help get our expenditures down. And this is where I appreciate that county manager thanking everybody. I want to thank our department heads and elected officials, how hard they really look at their budget. Any request that you see coming forward has been well thought out. They know that they have done everything they can before they bring this request to you, and know that they feel like that is needed. So these requests, the departments have done a great job scrubbing their budget, looking at it as close as they can. We'll continue to look at everything we can. We have a couple ideas that we want to bring forward, but that's what this tentative is. This is where we're at right now. We'll continue to work on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may jump in, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I do just want to state, and it's not showing up here, Kathy, so I'm questioning my sanity for a moment, but I believe the total amount of an increase that we saw in services and supplies in the general fund, oh, there it is. Yeah. It went down 5.6%. I'm like, where is that 5.6% number? So Kathy's circling it, and that is due to the extensive efforts of the departments to find opportunities to be more efficient and more effective, utilizing less dollars. So even with a 5.6% reduction in services and supplies, we still have our revenues not keeping up with our expenses. And Kathy did a good job of, I believe, of explaining salaries and benefits, where the major increases in those items are coming from. We, as a policy of this county commission, you have all taken the position that you would like to maintain, you would like to stay competitive with the salary market in the region. But benefits, on the benefit side, the PERS increases and the health insurance increases are just difficult to incorporate into a budget for sure. And something we're going to have to continue to look at in the future.
I want to chime in. That's a great statement, and it shows a dilemma a county like this has. It doesn't want to raise taxes. It's a very conservative county, but you want to be competitive on the salaries, which is going to be more than the budget. So what do? I mean, you're either going to cut the number of workers, which you don't want to do, or you're going to have to cut somewhere else, which from what I'm seeing is it's road maintenance and stormwater maintenance and other things. Anyways, it was a great statement. It hit me. That's why it's hard to balance the budget the way we have this.
Absolutely, Commissioner Tarkanian. I appreciate the point. And I will tell you that every single department head in this organization has it drilled into them. We are in a position where I think it's 75 employees. You'll see it in the HR presentation.
Oh,
Was
Where
it?
it said
Sorry.
75 over the 30% of our workforce is eligible for
There we go.
retirement in the next
Thank
5
you.
years.
Yeah.
75 employees.
75 employees in our organization could retire today. 30% of our workforce is eligible in the next 5 years. We are having conversations every day when every position becomes vacant and looking at, do we need it moving forward? How could we repurpose it? How do we utilize technology to be more effective? Can AI fill that role? And it is, you are definitely going to be seeing some reorganizations and some things for you to look at to increase efficiencies across this organization in the future. And a lot of them will be triggered by employee retirements, because that is the best opportunity for us to look at repurposing those things. Thank you.
Thank you for also pointing out, I did want to say that and I forgot that on that slide, so thank you. Okay. This shows where our fund balance is. Our goal is to be at that 2 month. That is our goal that we want to be. That's our standard, is we want to be at 16.67%, which is 2 months. Right now, our tentative budget is at 14.06%, which is almost 52 days. So right now, with a tentative budget, if nothing changed, we're at 52 days. And we want to get that to our 60 days. The rest of these slides, I will go through these pretty quickly, but I do want to point out for the board and also for the public of what we produce a lot. This is a big document that we produce for the budget hearings. It's the same backup for every budget hearing every day. The only thing that changes per day is the department presentations. So the board, we printed out the information and put them in binders. We have a couple extra binders for the public if they're interested. But I wanted to go through some of the useful things I think that we have in this binder. One of them is the fund summary. This is a copy of the fund summary. The fund summary is in your binder. What I like about this is when we talk about those 38 funds that we have, here they are listed across the top. And what's great about this is a sheet you can pull out, is it shows how our tentative budget is built, what the beginning fund balance is, the categories of revenue for every fund, the categories of expenditures, and what the ending fund balance we expect to be. So this is a great reference tool if you want to know what is happening in each fund. In addition to that, if you want to know the detail of the service and supplies, for example, cooperative extension, if you wanted to look at that detail in the binder and also in the backup that we present, is we have that. So if I looked at cooperative extension, I would go to my special revenue fund, either document or tab, which is in there. I'd go to that. I'd find the fund number, which the fund number is 202. And when I find 202, I'm going to see that there's 2 line items in that thing for service and supplies. One is our payment to UNR for the program, and one is $20,000 budget in case we need to do any maintenance on the building. So you'll be able to see what that detail is for every fund. Oops. Oh, sorry. That went too fast.
Well, I think what's important about that, Kathy, is that these are special revenue funds, and so regardless of what the balance gets to be in these funds, they're not subject to ability of us moving those funds into the general fund. Is that right? So, okay, so
Yeah.
sometimes I've had a difficult time wrapping my head around that, and I know the public has as well. So.
And I would love feedback of how to make that clearer and understandable. So as you're going through this, feedback for future of how to do better on that. In addition, in your binder and also in the board packet is the very first tab, 1A, is the is the presentation schedule, and on the presentation schedule, it shows you the page number of their detailed budget. So the presentation schedule for the sheriff's office, he's going to start on page 33 in the general fund. So you'll see the detail in there. So those are some backup information that we have there. These ones are just that fund summary that I put together of showing that. So I'm going to go through those pretty quickly. FTE reconciliation really quickly is we adopted 25-26 budget with 616.97 FTE through different actions of the board this past year, or so far this year. We've added 4.34 positions. So the tentative budget has 621.31 positions. I did add how they were added. As you can see, 2 of them were added as part of the reorg for tech services. One was risk management. We added a position in the civil division for the district attorney. One is just recently OPED money using to continue funding the MOST program, and then a reorganization up in Kale for turning a lot of part-time positions into a full-time position. Our schedule of what we're going through our next 4 days.
Okay, but I wanted to go back to that FTE because
Yes.
our residents are always concerned about us growing government, right? Growing government, we always hear that. Most of this was either a reorganization within a department or funding from other sources other than the general fund. And I think
Correct.
that's what's important for the public to understand, is that these were not these were specially funded positions, not general fund positions. And I guess this question's probably going to be for Peace, but the web designer, do we know that, have we hired that person?
It has been filled, yes.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just jump on what you said. Thank you, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. So I just also want to take a moment to applaud our department heads for listening to this board. And some of these reorganizations were a result of the feedback we received from this board, specifically in IT. We had questions from board members regarding the total amount of dollars we were expending on contracts. And there was a question frequently from Commissioner Tarkanian regarding would it be more efficient to bring these things in-house? And so, in fact, the dollars that we utilized to create these 2 positions were found from a reduction in contract costs that we pay. So we do think we can do it more effectively and efficiently in-house, and would realize a significant savings by doing that, even though we are increasing FTEs in that instance. So thank you for that feedback.
I feel like we have talked about most of these things on this slide, just helpful hints when reviewing the budget. I did want to take a chance again and say we will come back at the May 7th meeting with an update, and then May 28th will be a special meeting to adopt the budget. Also at that May 28th meeting will be also when the towns present their budget, and you'll hear from the towns of what they have.
So I think it's important for the public to understand that the 4 big meetings are today, tomorrow, and next Monday and Tuesday, because that special meeting on May 28th, we're not going to go through this whole budget again. Okay, that's just a rubber stamp type of meeting, right? So
That is definitely our hope. If we do our job right and present it and have our discussion, then that will be that, yes. I also see when you hear department presentations, one of their slides will be, and I picked on the county commissioners, you will see a slide with the budget, and I wanted to show you the differences between these 2 columns so you know. The blue column is what the department presented as their budget. That was the directive that we wanted this bottom line to be 0. We encourage departments to readjust budget between line items as needed to fund their priorities, but have a bottom line 0. If there's a difference between the department budget and this finance review, the finance review is our tentative budget, and that difference is any internal services charges that we charge. For motor pool, for risk management, those changes show up here. So they're not part of the departmental budget review. This is what the departments will speak to as in the blue when they talk with you. And I think that is it. The one group I don't think I have thanked is the finance staff. It is a lot of work to get to this point, and so thank you, finance staff, for all your work. And I'm done. If you have any more questions, please.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay.
I guess I don't know if it's much as a question as a comment, because you referenced to my comments a couple of times in your presentation. I want to appreciate that, and I just kind of want to acknowledge that I'm not exactly the most graceful person, so I know that the Lord didn't bless me with grace or balance. That way, I coach. And that being said, for me personally, I personally, with my comments and stuff, I'm not trying to get into the day-to-day operations, because I respect all the work that everybody's doing, and I want to be supportive, and trying to stay at that 30,000-foot view, right? And so when I ran, I talked about trying to look forward, and budgets are sometimes very year to year, so it's very like right in front of your face. So as I went through this, I really just keep asking, are we just keeping up, or are we improving over year to year? And so I keep seeing that we're flat budget, and we've been flat budget, and I don't know how sustainable that is. So that's why I'm starting to wonder, where are we going to be? How do we continue to make these things changes and look outside the box? And like I said, I don't know where those boxes even exist for some of the different departments, so I'm not trying to really step on anybody's toes. At the end of the day, I think my questions are really about what can we as a board be doing to better support every department, and whether that's resources, tools, or removing barriers, so that this county can be successful moving forward. So I hope as we go forward, if I ask something that is like uncouth or whatever, you'll understand that that's my goal, is trying to keep us pushing forward and not trying to step on anybody's toes or assume that somebody's doing something wrong or whatever. Just me being the bull in the china shop that I am. Thank you.
You probably should have had that disclosure at the beginning. But thank you. Yes, and we appreciate everything you've done in this process. And I certainly don't envy the position that our fellow commissioners are in Washoe, Reno, and our other surrounding jurisdictions, because I know everybody is having these same issues. It's not just us. So that's important to understand. Okay, thank you very much, and we'll go forward with the rest of our department's presentations, being 11:20, so to speak, 11:17. We're going to take a 5-minute break, okay, and then come back, and I hope you'll indulge us, Sheriff Coverly. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna try to get started again, so if everybody could please take their seats. Where are we at? What's it say? Page 33? Okay. Folks, if we could take our seats. Where am I? So that we're, okay. First time. Like to call this back to order, please. And just so we're all on the same page, where are we? Because it says page binder page 33, but I'm having difficulty finding that. General fund. Oh, okay, so 33 of 91, is that right? Is that where we go? Okay, 33, under the general fund tab. Yep, okay, page 33 of 91. There we go, now I'm there, thank you. And welcome Sheriff Coverly and Under Sheriff Ron Algus, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to stand here and present kind of what we're looking for this next budget cycle and to give you an overview of the Sheriff's Office. I can't thank Kathy and Finance enough. They are a phenomenal group to work with. The Sheriff's Office is difficult in the sense that we never close. We run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've got 3 different bargaining units. There's a lot going on, and it gets very complicated. Payroll itself seems pretty monumental at times, but finance is very, very helpful, and we work very, very closely with them. So our relationship with them is good, and it has to be. I think I shudder to think if we didn't get along, how we would be sunk. So. Getting started here, our budget that we're looking for to ask is, or that we submitted through Kathy is just a little over 28 million. Of that, 85% is personnel, and we've kind of gone over that a little earlier today. 15%, just a little over 4.1 million, is service and supply. The wages and benefits, I can't touch per law, and so I have really no control over that. But it is the biggest asset that I have. The men and women that work for me are the most important asset that I have. So all the equipment in the world and the neat stuff that we're looking to get and have and stuff pales in comparison to the individual deputy that's out there doing the job every day. We've had some changes in our administrative command staff. So Captain Kuntz, who you're looking at right there, he is going to our administrative division, effective the 30th of this month. So it's me, the undersheriff, and then I've got 4 division commanders that run each division. Captain Kuntz is one. Captain Britton is staying in investigations. He's been there. He was working for the sheriff's office when I was still in high school, so if that gives you any... But he has a wealth of knowledge, and he's worked everywhere in the sheriff's office, and he does an excellent job in our investigations division, and so we leave him there. Captain Stanley was in the jail. He's moving to patrol. And then Captain Stork was in our admin spot up at the lake, and he will be the jail commander. So in the next, the end of this month, you'll see those changes. This is the stats that we submit to the county, which submits to the state of our activity throughout the year. And so you can see, starting at 2008, there's not a lot of difference year to year. There's some increase, but it's pretty consistent overall. We're not really changing a ton, which is good. We're roughly about the same calls for service. Our arrests are roughly the same, citations and et cetera. That gives you kind of an idea of what we're doing. The one thing that is increasing, and I think that has to do with our population, is if you look under the coroner, the number of deaths each year, and most of those are from natural causes, but we have an aging or an older demographic in the county, and so that number is increasing. This is kind of how it's broken up within my budget. So my budget comes out of the general fund, and I kind of look at it as just one pool of money. These items here help me keep organized and to know what I have to spend in each area, and helps us to track where we're at and stuff. But it's one chunk of money that comes out of the general fund, and that's kind of how I look at it, and then keep track of it each time. The numbers in parentheses are where we, as Jennifer talked about, scrubbed our budget and made some cuts in order to keep a program that I wanted to do, which I'll kind of talk about later. So, but that's kind of what we've done. They've asked us to do that. We try to do that every year and be efficient. I don't want to waste money. I don't want to overspend. My goal at the end of the year is to be pretty close to spending everything that was given to me. If we end up at the end of the year and we're in a surplus, then that means that we didn't need it or something. On the other hand, there are a couple occasions that will have some significant investigations coming up or may happen that would increase expenditures. And in that case, which has happened, then I have a conversation with finance and the county manager and say, hey, we're going to be spending a lot of money here, and I'm going to need some more. But that's rare. So some of the emphasis that we put on here in the last year with the sheriff's office is our mental health for our deputies. Okay, the older I get, the more sensitive I get to things, I guess, and kind of turn it into a big softy. Don't let anybody know, but sometimes the stuff that the guys that work for me see on a daily basis a lot of times just sucks, and so that goes with you. And when I look back on my career, there's a lot of stuff that I will never not see, if that makes any sense. And so at times they need help, and we need help to be able to deal with that. And so we are really looking hard at what we can do to make sure that our mental health is as good as it can be, and that we are having to get the most potential out of each individual, and that comes with taking care of themselves. So we stress physical fitness, we stress education, we stress being a good husband, a good father or mother, a good partner. But it really comes back to, if your mind's not where it's supposed to be, those things are hard to do. So we've sought and we're able to get some grant funding for some mental health stuff. One of the biggest things we're doing is this year, so we have some online training that everyone's required to take, and it talks about mental health, talks about nutrition, talks about physical fitness and things that you can do to take care of yourself. But the one thing that we've done this year for the first time is I'm requiring every deputy to go and talk to a mental health professional. They don't have to really say anything once they get there, but you got to go and you got to talk. And we've just started that. They're scheduled on their hire anniversary. So throughout the year, each one of us, including myself, will all go and sit down with the doctor and talk about, or whatever we need to get help with. The feedback so far has been really, really good. Everybody has really enjoyed it. I have no idea, nor do I want to know what they're talking about. It's none of my business. This is just a resource for them to help them if they need it. And the grant is covering that. So I think it's going to be very, very good. And so that's my hope anyways. The Mobile Outreach Safety Team, MOST, that's where a deputy is paired with a mental health clinician, and we go out into the community and visit those people that are having mental health issues. A lot of them are people that we've identified that have been through our jail, okay? And a lot of times their mental health condition, regardless of what caused that, is what got them into trouble. Okay, so they have some kind of incident or something, they do something wrong, it's actually a crime, most of the time it's minor, they end up in jail, and jail is really not the place that they need to be. And so once they get out, we follow up with them with our MOST team, and it's super successful. We help them to stay on their medication, help them to avoid getting into some kind of crisis, and it keeps them out of jail, keeps them out of trouble. And just helps them to get better. So this grant, or we working through our social services, Brook 80 helped us to get some money from the opioid money that the county receives. So we're able to hire a full-time mental health clinician that will work under the sheriff's office, and that's paired with the deputy that go out and continue this. We had lost our clinician a little bit because it was being funded out of the rural clinics, and I don't know if they lost their funding or if the person just changed, but this will be a huge benefit to the sheriff's office, to our ability to actually fight crime, and also to the community to help those that are just having a hard time, and we want to keep them out of jail. So one of one of my top priorities in everything that we do is narcotics, and I'll tell you why. The guy that breaks into your car has a drug or alcohol problem. The guy that's breaking into your house has a drug or alcohol problem. The guy that is doing some kind of, violent crime, whether it's, beating somebody up or attacking somebody, they most likely have a drug or alcohol problem. Every person, except for one, that's in my jail right now that is in there for homicide has a drug and alcohol problem. Okay, so crime goes back to narcotics. So if we can limit, okay, we'll never eliminate drugs in your community, but if we can keep it down to as low as we can, then we will affect all other crime categories, all of them. So I have deputies that are assigned to several narcotic task forces. I've got a guy with the DEA, a guy with the FBI, and a guy with the state narcotics task forces. So they go and report to those units. One's at the lake, one's in Reno, and one's in Carson City, and they work cases under that task force. So the one in Carson is a state task force, so they can go anywhere in the state. They mostly concentrate in the quad counties here, Carson, Douglas, Lyon, Story. The DEA and FBI guys, they go wherever the case takes them. I've had deputies down in Los Angeles working cases that started here in northern Nevada, and some in Douglas County. And then I also have a full-time narcotics unit. We call it our SET team, and they just do narcotics investigations in Douglas County. And then we also work, I have an HSI agent who is deputized, so he's kind of the reverse way of the task forces. He works for us, and he mostly does child pornography cases and stuff. And so that's a huge void that they provide to us, and the link to narcotics is the same for that too. So that's how we're attacking. And then each deputy that's working patrol, they're always looking for drugs. I've got canines, we do interdiction with the highway patrol, and other agencies. We are attacking it from every direction that we can. We're also working with the school district, with education, the partnership, Douglas County, with education, trying to help keep kids from getting started or going down that path. So we attack it from education, enforcement, and then our MOST team, right, from rehab and helping people to get off. And if I can figure out another way to attack it, I'll start doing that. But that's kind of the three ways that we do. It's a huge problem across the nation, obviously. Douglas County is no different, but I think we do a fairly good job here. There's nobody selling crack cocaine on the street corner in Douglas County, okay? Reno can't say that. And so, all right, technology. The older I get, the less of a fan of technology I am. But law enforcement, just as any industry, okay, in the world, technology has been a game changer for law enforcement. The ability for us to just keep track of things that we're doing, whether it's how we write our reports, or the body cams that the guys, or the radios that are in our cars, or the cars themselves. Technology is going gangbusters. And so we are trying to leverage as much technology as we can to keep up with what's going on. One thing that is very important for you to realize is every crook has one of these. And every crime they're committing, there's information and evidence on this device. Okay, so almost every arrest that we make of any kind of significance, the first thing we try to do is get their phone and then find out what's in it. Because there's a treasure trove of information in that, and that's all done through technology. Fusus is the latest thing that we're looking or getting into. Okay, we've already got the contract and we're moving forward, and that's going to leverage cameras that we have within the community, license plate readers that we have, and businesses and anything, and that will allow us to track and find people who have committed crime or in the progress of committing a crime. Okay, and this same system is used by Carson City Sheriff's Office, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and Reno PD, and we're able to communicate and share information with each one of those agencies and vice versa. And Ron's going to play kind of a little demo for you. They can explain it much better than I can, and it's pretty interesting. Right, that's why I'm standing here.
Cutting-edge technology to mitigate risks, secure the campus, and keep students and faculty safe. Axon Fusus is Axon's real-time security operations center platform. Axon Fusus helps campus security teams maintain day-to-day security, safeguard large-scale events, respond to critical incidents, and mitigate risk. Axon Campus Safety Solutions also includes hardware, like TASER 10, Axon's latest generation energy device, designed to safely de-escalate conflicts from a distance. Axon Body 4 captures video of officer-student interactions and provides leadership with real-time situational awareness into critical incidents across campus. And Axon Fleet 3, with automatic license plate reader technology flags suspicious vehicles, keeping campus streets safe. Software like Axon Air unlocks the power of drones for your campus security team, while Dedrone allows you to quickly mitigate drone threats at campus events. Axon Community Request provides a simple way to collect evidence from students and faculty. And Axon Secure, cloud-based digital evidence management system, allows campus law enforcement to manage all of this evidence with ease. Advanced features such as auto tagging and redaction assistant protects the privacy of students and faculty while speeding up investigations. Axon's cutting-edge VR training prepares officers for complex real-world situations through immersive training that enhances performance, critical thinking, and de-escalation skills. Faculty and students can go through this training as well to better understand how and why campus officers respond to critical incidents as they do. An investment in Axon Campus Safety Solutions is an investment in enhancing the safety of the students, faculty, and staff in your care.
The demo talks about it being on a campus, which is obviously very applicable, but it's the same for a community. Okay, so think of the county as our campus kind of thing. We're already doing a lot of those. We have the body cameras, we have the tasers, the evidence, the ability to for the citizen to upload any information they have directly to our evidence storage automatically is there. Where, you know, back when I was doing it, you'd get a CD or a VHS tape and you'd book it in yourself. We don't do that anymore. They don't do it anymore. It's all done over the cloud. The Fuchsias, which is the database where there's actually a deputy. It doesn't have to be a sworn deputy. It could be a civilian employee, but they're able to watch the body cam footage of the deputy. They're able to watch the drone footage if we launch a drone. They're able to watch cameras. So like at the high school, so they're going to give us access to their cameras. So if we have an incident at the high school, that the deputy that's working the Fuchsia's desk is able to watch the video real time. He's got a radio. He would be able to coordinate with the deputies that are responding to help them know what's going on and where to go and that kind of thing. And so we're doing some of this. The Fuchsia's part is able to, that's the thing that kind of puts it together. And then that information that we have on that for cameras, the LPRs and stuff, we're able to access something that Carson has too, if we need it. Okay, so if our bad guy burglarizes or robs the store at Topsy, up there, and then goes into Carson right away, we're still able to follow them in Carson City through their system and them allowing us to have it. This is the future. This will only get better. This stuff it's going so fast. It's hard to keep up with it, and it ties in with our dispatch center, or it will. It's just amazing, and we're going to be using just a small sliver of it, because the one thing that all this stuff is expensive, and so you have to balance what you can do with what you have and stuff. And so we're doing as much as we can right now, and we'll continue to look at things in the future and do the most that we can. But this is it's pretty exciting. All right. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I am amazed. When I started in law enforcement, we had a radio that you would click the microphone and wait until you hear a certain frequency so that you could actually talk. Handheld bricks were a thing of the future.
You were on horseback too, right?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was on horseback. I had the equestrian unit in Pasadena. I call them toys, but the tools that are available today are things that we hadn't even imagined. And I am so enthralled Well, the reason I ended up with Douglas to begin with is because one of my sergeants went to Mono County, and he was in one of your task force. And when he came back, he backed the wrong sheriff. It happens that way in small counties. Not like here, thank God. But he had nothing but good things to say about Douglas. And so when I ended my career, this was the logical place, and I was not disappointed. And all I can say is what you have done, or what the department has done, is just amazing. And for an old dinosaur, it just blows my mind. And so you guys have done it so well, and thank you for what you do.
Well, thank you.
I would like to hear a little bit about some of the savings that you were able to realize in order to offset the technology costs.
So we as we went through, we looked at stuff from this year, right? So 25, 26, what we had were budgeted. So last year, or the current budget that we're in, and where we were able to cut. So I cut some out of my search and rescue budget because they are able to fundraise significantly on their own. They had a couple huge donations to the team, so we're able to do that. We cut our autopsy budget down a little bit because even though our deaths have gone up, our autopsies weren't really going up. So I felt we could cut from there. We cut some rents and leases that we had. So like the Tillman sub, we have a substation there in Tillman, and we're not using that, so we let that go. And some other stuff, and then other things went up a little bit too. And so, but we were able to, through the savings or cutting, we were able to pay for this new program, which we wanted to do. So rather than have to come and ask for an additional, right, in our service supplies, I was able to do that, kind of stay within what Jen and Kathy were asking us to do as a department.
Well done. It's great to hear you're able to make forward progress that way.
Carrie Sheets is here. She's our financial guru, and you know, I wish I could say I did it all, but I didn't. So I look at Carrie. I'm like, all right, what do we, you know? And so she does a phenomenal job. And really, the biggest thing that Carrie does is I can ask her at a moment's notice, hey, where are we in this fund? How much money do I have in this? And what are we spending? Are we going to be over, under? What are we doing? And she can tell me, you know, right now. So that's a huge benefit.
That's great.
Otherwise, I'm just guessing.
That's great. Thank you. I guess the last thing I wanted to note is this community and their fundraising and their willingness to support your office and many, many other wonderful causes. It's just an incredible place, incredibly generous citizens. And so it's awesome.
I couldn't agree with you more. It is very humbling to be the sheriff here. The support from the community is huge, and so we work very hard every day to provide the best service that we can and do the best job that we can because the support is so huge. And you know, we can't do it all. There's only 110 of us, and there's, depending on which number you want to count, there's at least 50,000 of you. So it's we need your help. We need your help.
I don't think it's an overstatement to say that the community's generosity allows your sheriff's department to run at top level without us having to increase taxes.
Yes. We have some huge, like my entire canine unit is run through private donations. So I don't have a budget for all the dogs. Which is huge. So you're absolutely right. The generosity of the community is immense, and there's no other county that does this. My colleagues throughout the state have nothing close to what we have here. Not even close.
So I mean, we kind of mentioned it the other night, trying to think forward. it seems like technology, like you said, is expensive, but it's not really replacing a lot of the old-fashioned police work, right? It's not like you can say, well, now that we have this, we don't need this anymore, because all of those things still need to be there. I think, right? Hopefully I'm not speaking out of line. So what do you think, and maybe it's not even an answer for today, is some of the risks for sustainability in your work moving forward?
The challenge with technology is, so you're entering a contract with the company, and Axon is the one that we're doing the majority of our business with, because they are the best in our opinion. But there's a contract for that, right? So whatever, we're talking Fusus today, but for the body cameras, the tasers, we enter a contract, and then each year or at the end of that contract, they always seem to increase in the cost, right? And then there are fees that go along with that. So it's not a one-time payment. You pay up front, and then you pay monthly for the service. That's the challenge. So if all we did was pay one time, and we'd have this program forever, and it would be and the technology increases would come with it, right? So as they improve their ability to do what they're doing now, there's a cost that comes with that in the future. So being able to sustain that, so when you enter into a contract, the question is am I going to be able to sustain this, next budget cycle, or 5 years from now, or whatever the duration of the contract is? And if you can't, then it might not be something that we can do right now. So that's the challenge. That is the challenge. It will never, ever, in my opinion, it will never, and if we get to this point, we're probably got a lot of other issues, but it will never replace the person, okay? That's who does the job, for good or bad, right? So people can be really great, and people can really be bad. And so the personnel, that's the challenge. And one of the things that I will never do, and have not, and it is hard to get a job with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. It is hard. I turn away way more than I ever hire, because I am only going to hire you if I believe that you can work here 30 years and be productive, and that you are someone that this community wants to be a law enforcement officer here. If you're not fitting that, then I don't want to have anything to do with you. You can go work somewhere else. And so it's difficult to get a job here. The people that we do have do a great job. Like I said, they're the most important piece that we have, but that's by design. That's by design. So all of this super sexy technology that we think that we have to have, and a lot of it is it makes a huge difference. It will never replace the individual. Never.
Commissioners, other observations, questions?
I would like to just give a shout out. I follow, I'm not a stalker, but I follow you on Facebook. And I was delighted to see Mr. Davies get his next rank. I remember when he came on, and along with several others that are now retired. That scares that. Never mind. Anyway, your personnel were a delight to work with. And I can't tell you how lucky you are to have the people that you have. And vice versa. We are so lucky to have you and you. And you make a hell of a team. And I'm glad to see you're finally making more than your deputy.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything you wanted to add? So I just wanted to add a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to recognize that you are now president, I understand, of the Sheriff's Organization or Sheriff's Association for the whole state. So congratulations on achieving that, and I'm sure that was well recognized. You have a number of auxiliary organizations that really assist and help us and take some pressure really off of your department, I believe, in Citizens Patrol, Search and Rescue, the Mounted Posse, and the Explorers. What I did want to mention this last Saturday night with the public's information, there's a Douglas County Sheriff's Advisory Council, a very robust council, raises a lot of money to deliver the bells and whistles that we can't necessarily supply you. And but I also wanted to recognize the fact that you had a demonstration of the dogs, the canine units there. But I understand, if I didn't hear it incorrectly, you're down 4 right now, canines. Is that
Yes, so we typically run about 8 or 9. Right now, I've got 5 dogs.
Okay.
Two retired recently. One just passed away of kind of a very rare medical issue. He was a working dog. The other ones that retired are still with us. They're just not working. And so we will be replacing those dogs through those donated funds here probably in the next year for sure.
So I wanted the public to know that they can still make donations to the advisory council to assist in that effort, okay? Because that's an important aspect. It really helps keep our officers safe out there also. It's like having a second body in the car, if not more, right? So we appreciate that. Also, something that I understand you also acquired this year with the help of our grant writer, Debbie Swickard in our grants department, was the $400,000 grant, as I understand it, or I know there's some strings attached, right? And there are still some hoops that you need to jump through, but can you tell us a little bit about what that is going to do?
So last year we applied for a grant through Department of Justice, through Congressman Iamade's office for a command vehicle, so a vehicle that we could take out to any kind of incidents, crime scenes, or just large incidents, and run that incident out of. And so we were awarded the grants for $400,000. We're in the process of getting that money. There's some administrative things we have to do, but we've been awarded it, and then we will get the vehicle built and delivered. So hopefully sometime this year we will, if not receive the vehicle, at least get it ordered and started to be built. So that was, and the grants person from the county manager's office, Debbie, was huge, and that helped us to do that, and she's continuing to help. So that program or that position is, in my opinion, has been very successful, the grant writer.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And she helped, I think, with the mental health grant that we received too. So it's almost all of our grants she has input on or is assisting us.
Well, I think we're hopeful that vehicle just has to sit in the garage and collect dust, right? And but we're glad that you'd have that available. So anyways, if there's other questions, then we can release you back to work, I guess, right? So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your presentation. So. Okay, with that, it is the noon hour, and we will take a recess we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay? Wow, we're back on time. We are awaiting the arrival of our legal counsel. Please hold on. Indulge us. Okay. Oh, here we go. Give our other commissioners time to get into place.
Is there a wait on me?
Okay. Thank you. I will call back to order the Board of County Commissioners special meeting for budget discussions. And visiting with us today is our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. And we will start on page 17 of the general fund, page 17 through page whatever. And I'll start off by saying congratulations. I understand you don't have an opponent.
I do not.
So
No one is
congratulations
crazy
on your
enough to take
reelection.
this on.
See you for another 4 years.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. I do have 3 presentations. I have the Clerk and TGS Tahoe General Services budget. I also have the Treasurer's budget, and I also have the Elections budget. So it's going to be 3 separate presentations. I'm going to start with the Clerk and TGS budget. So I'm not going to read through all of the slides. How do I get to the next slide?
And I hope that you'll indulge us. We'll ask questions if we have questions along the way versus waiting until the end. So, yep.
Oh, I figured it out. Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make you walk up here. I apologize. Thanks, Rachel. Okay, so on here you can see our mission statement and department description. Working together as one strong team to provide our community with quality county services while exhibiting integrity in all we do, exemplifying exceptional customer service and demonstrating fidelity to the law. And then department description with rotating between the 2 office locations, Minden and State Line, clerk, SMART, DMV, revenue collection, and election functions are provided to the public as our external customers and to various boards and county departments as our internal customers. I'll just say really quickly for all 3 of our departments, I did impress upon my staff this year to come up with their own mission statements for our 3 separate offices. So this is, this mission statement was created by the clerk staff, and they hold true to this. They felt like these were the goals that they wanted to show in their department. So I'm very proud of them for taking that on this year and creating their own individual mission statements. Okay, workload. We show this slide every year just to impress upon the community and the commissioners how heavy of a workload it is in the clerk's office. We have the clerk functions, which of course are NRS driven, marriage license issuing, marriage officiant certification, fictitious firm name filings, notary bond filings, outdoor festival permits, and passport acceptance agents. The SMART functions, which is clerk, minute, and recording team. They clerk various boards, transcribe the verbatim meeting minutes, prepare and publish meeting notices, retain ordinances and resolutions, and agreement indexing. And then, of course, they assist in the elections office, which is candidate filing, run vote centers for early voting, run vote centers for election day, and same-day voter registration. That's in the Valley office. And up at the Lake office, we have our state line DMV functions, which are the vehicle registration renewals, new vehicle registration, vehicle title transfers, special and personalized plates, handicap placard processing, and then they also accept revenue collection on behalf of the treasurer's office, which is property tax collection, county department revenue collection, and reconcile office close and deposit. So both offices do the clerk functions, but the Valley office and the Lake office have a little bit different job titles. All of the staff rotates between the two. I have one employee that works solely at the Tahoe office and one staff member that solely works down in the Valley, but every other staff in the clerk's office rotates between the two offices. Accomplishments this year. Consistently delivered high-quality work output despite prolonged staffing shortages, including one team member short for 6 months and 2 team members short for 3 months. Efficiently de-escalated customer concerns regarding the Nevada State Office's cybersecurity incident and successfully rearranged customer appointments and the resulting backlog of transactions due to the DMV services being temporarily suspended at the Tahoe General Services offices for approximately 3 weeks. Though that cybersecurity incident affected the state offices, obviously our DMV is part of their infrastructure, so we were offline until our internal Douglas County IT ensured that we were safe to go back online after the state had gone back online. Finalized the digital preservation of marriage officiant certificates issued prior to the enactment of the 5-year term resolution. Collaborated in the comprehensive administration of the August 2025 Mach 4 and October 2025 Mach 5 elections by performing test procedures to ensure safeguarding protocols. And that, of course, is on our election side on the new VREM system that we are still mocking and testing. Facilitated 2026 election candidate filing using Aurora, the state's software system. Our goals. Deliver high-quality clerk support that aligns with the Board of County Commissioners' momentous drive to accomplish an increasing amount of the Douglas County Strategic Plan goals. Execute clerking and minute writing for an accelerated number of Planning Commission meetings anticipated for the Title 20 Douglas County Development Code update. Serving our community by administering the 2026 primary and general election, encompassing mail ballot signature verification, early voting, and election day, same-day registration, and strengthening election transparency through dedicated procedural support. Continue to contribute additional general fund revenue through providing essential passport services to the community, further enhancing residents' quality of life. Proceed with building public trust by being the source of reliable and accurate information when interacting with our customers in the various services that we provide. And focus on mentoring and professional development with in-depth interdepartmental or department training, as well as capitalizing on various state association training and conference opportunities. And our tie to the strategic plan is serving our community with quality services. On this slide, you can see our full-time equivalent positions. Move my little red dot. On the clerk side and the Tahoe General Services side, we have a total of 7 full-time employees. We have them separated into the 2 offices, even though the staff rotates between the 2. So the assistant county clerk is out of the clerk budget. One of our deputy clerk seniors is out of the clerk budget, and 2 of the deputy clerks is out of the clerk budget, and then 1 of our senior deputy clerks is out of the TGS budget, and 2 of our deputy clerks is out of the TGS budget. Expenditure summary, you can see that we have moved some money around just to line up with what our invoices show, but that we do not plan for an increase in this budget in the coming year. Expenditure summary, hold on, let me go back. Yes, that was the clerk one. This is the Tahoe General Services. I apologize, I forgot there were 2 separate ones. Same in this one. The department budget and the finance review show that we're fairly stagnant in our budget for the upcoming year, not asking for anything to increase. We have no additional operating expense increase, supplemental, or capital requests.
That was the best slide of all.
Are there any questions on that budget?
Questions, commissioners? This is on the clerk's
Clerk
budget
and Tahoe General
Tahoe-
Services.
And
Correct.
Tahoe General Services, yeah. No questions? Thank you.
Okay, let me get to the next one.
X?
While she's pulling up that next presentation, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davison, County Manager for the record, I think this is a good opportunity to remind folks in the room that Ms. Bergens was one of the department heads who had previously identified a position that she would eliminate, and she has been able to successfully take on the workload of that lost position with the existing team members that she has. And also through a wonderful partnership she has with our technology services. And that's just a good example of departments working together, collaborating to save money in the general fund. And it helps us structurally get to where we need to go. And I just very much appreciate Ms. Bergen's partnership with us on that. And I also appreciate that she did that in spite of increasing workloads related to election functions and everything that your team does. We, as County Commission and the County Manager's Office, could not do the work that we do without your support and the support of your team, Ms. Bergen. So,
Thank you, County Manager Davidson. I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move into the treasurer one. I think these are out of order in your packet. We're going to do treasurer and then back up to elections, because elections, of course, is always such a beast. So we're going to go through the treasurer one, and I am actually going to hand it over to Megan Doris, our assistant treasurer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Megan Doris, Assistant Treasurer for the record. So I will review the budget for the Treasurer's Office, and I'll start with our mission statement. So the mission of the Douglas County Treasurer's Office is to provide excellent customer service as we collect, invest, and distribute revenues that fund vital local government services while maintaining financial integrity through accuracy, accountability, and public trust. A description of our department's work is that we oversee the billing, collection, and apportionment of taxes on all real properties in Douglas County, including special assessments. Our office is also responsible for the receiving and distribution of all county revenues and the administration of banking and investment activities. So our workload includes a very common daily activities. We also have things that we do every month, and then we have a few things that we do annually. So for our daily tasks, we deposit monies that we receive from the various county departments. We reconcile and balance all of the county's bank accounts, and we provide excellent customer service to the public and the departments. And we also deposit and receipt property tax payments that we receive. On a monthly basis, we add interest to any delinquent property tax accounts. We review our investment accounts. We allocate the interest to the various funds. We verify upcoming maturities, and then we analyze the fair market value per GASB 31. We also do the debt management for the county. Annually, we do the property tax sale auction, which is held online in the spring every year. We also print and mail the property tax bills to all property owners, mortgage companies, and any interested parties on properties. We also help with the audit preparation and then assist the finance department in that as well. So our goals and accomplishments for the year are really to safeguard Douglas County's financial well-being, to ensure long-term stability and growth by managing financial resources effectively. We identify and mitigate financial risks that could impact Douglas County's stability. We increase knowledge within our department by cross-training our staff in all tasks and duties that we're responsible for. And we increase the efficiency of processes by collaborating within our department to determine what works well, what needs to be adjusted to work better. We also update our policies and procedures as needed, and then we maintain those reference guides for staff and for any incoming staff, or for review as we need it, since we only do some things every year or once a year. And then we also participate and assist, which we'll do with the upcoming statewide elections. And this ties in with serving our community with quality county services. So for our positions that we have in our department, we have 6 full-time equivalent positions. We have the assistant treasurer, myself, we have a senior accountant, and we have a senior deputy treasurer, and then we have 3 deputy treasurers, so 6 total. As far as our expenditures, year over year, our budget's going to remain flat. We've really just kind of allocated into the different accounts as it aligns to our actual spending, just so it's a little bit more accurate to track. But there's not going to be any increases or requests. Short and sweet. Any questions?
Commissioners?
I have one. Is it your department that provides a service that many people are charging for, where you can register your property, so if anybody comes in to steal your property from you, as it were, that you notify the owner of the property so that they can handle it, or so it can be handled without having losing your property and all of that? Is that your department?
That's actually managed by the recorder's office.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great service.
It's a tremendous service.
I have one question for both of these 2 departments you've talked about. So no additional budget requests, so you have the same budget as the previous year. Don't you have an increase in salaries and health benefits too?
The part of the budget that we're bringing before you is our expenditures. So we're not bringing forward our salary increases or anything like that. That's all built into finance. So the only thing, services and supplies, is what I request the money for in that part of the budget. The rest of it is set by union agreements and salaries. So finance loads those.
So, I'm always trying to think down the road. And so since most of what you guys do is state mandated, right, required, so is there technologies coming down the road that you know of, or anything like that we should be preparing for? Like the voting machine shift was something for the other department, but is there anything like that that's coming down the pike that we should be considering for maybe tax bill deliveries or anything like that, like I said, just trying to forward think. So, it's great that we're flat, but is flat always going to be flat?
Great question. As far as what would be mandated by the state, nothing that's on our radar or that we know about as far as what would be concerned with the treasurer's office. But I'm always have my ear to the wall, and trying to figure out what systems maybe we can bring in that wouldn't have an expense, like utilizing AI or something along those lines to make some of our tasks more efficient, instead of having to do like manual spreadsheet reconciliations or calculations. Just utilizing something like that in the future. I don't know that there would be an expense directly, but I'm always trying to consider those options, but nothing that I know of that would be mandated or required by NRS.
And then my next one is more like, this is where I'm uncouth, I guess. But as a person who came into one of these positions as very early in life, I know the stressors of where you guys are, and being the front line of dealing with the public. And so your initial staff is ones that get into it and go, oh my God, I don't want to do this anymore. Is there anything like that we could be doing better to help support those staff that come in, because dealing with the public, especially at the treasurer's office, right? It's like the assessor. Nobody comes in to see you happy. There's always a reason they come in. And so, I mean, is there anything like that you guys would like to see, skills or different things like that could help when you bring on board these new positions and fill them, that we can enable them to last long, and survive in that? Because it really, I personally understand how rigorous that or stressful that position can be at the front counter.
Well, I would just like to go on record by saying I think our public is fantastic, and the folks that come to our counter the majority are just wonderful people, and we have really good interactions with them. But I think Amy may have a comment as well.
So I would just like to say, I'm going to piggyback off of what Megan said. We actually have people that come in that are so appreciative of the fact that they've moved here from another state, you can guess which one, and they appreciate paying their property tax bill because it is reasonable and it does make sense and they understand that cap. So we always have the angry people that come in, but it's rare. The majority of people that come in are a delight. So I haven't heard from my staff that they feel like that's something that they need. I think the longevity of keeping staff is more of just finding the right fit. We have had a lot of turnover over the last couple of years in all of my offices, really, but I feel like we're there, or we're very close to there. We have people that are understand the mission and understand the values that Douglas County has, and they want to participate in that, and they will be here for a while. So I think we're getting there, but it's definitely something that we're always talking about, is finding that right person. Sometimes we hire people that are just not the right fit.
Any other questions, commissioners? So, and my answer to you might be that we're going through the election process, and we're going to have a lot of new state legislators. So that's something we're going to have. They always seem to try to want to reinvent the wheel. Okay, so thank you so much for that presentation, Megan. And I think Ms. Bergens has one more, right? Okay.
Okay, last one. Told you I'd go quick. First, I have Georgie Hargis sitting next to me. She is our elections administrator, so she'll be here to assist me if any questions come up. But from here, we're going to go through the elections budget. Maybe. Give me a second. Okay, did it. Okay, elections, mission statement. By conducting secure, transparent, and fair elections, our office upholds the values of Douglas County. Through innovation, accuracy, and collaborative outreach, we ensure an accessible and trusted voting experience for every resident. Fair elections, trusted process, community first. Department description. The Douglas County Elections Office manages the complex administration of all local, state, and federal elections. Our team ensures total accuracy in voter registration and eligibility while overseeing the critical legal requirements for candidate filings, bonds, and oaths. By meticulously maintaining voting districts and providing rigorous training for our election staff, we provide a secure and seamless voting experience for all residents. Whoa, sorry, went too fast. I know, I power hit that button. Organizational chart, our elections office. So clerk treasurer, obviously at the top. We have Georgie as our elections administrator. We have 2 election coordinator positions that are the day-to-day of our elections office with Georgie, maintaining our voter rolls and ensuring that we are on top of things, especially in election years. And then during election years, such as this, which almost every year is an election year when it comes to budgets, actually, we either have our primary or we have a general election. But as we get closer to the election, like right now, we have on-calls that come in and are not necessarily full-time employees. They do not, they're capped at a certain amount of hours per year, and they don't receive benefits. But they come in and they help us, whether it's with office help or anything else that we need throughout the election. And then we have, what are we at right now? Like 114 election workers have applied to work this primary election, which is unheard of for a mid-term primary. So Douglas County just comes out in droves, and we are very excited. And 43 of those are brand new election workers, have never worked for us before. So we're very excited about onboarding those election workers. Accomplishments. Financial stewardship. I'm going to have to read the screen. That's too small. We secured a $187,000 hardware upgrade to the county's voting system at 0 cost to the county through successful reimbursement coordination with the Secretary of State's office, ensuring continued system reliability while preserving local resources. As you can remember, you guys did approve the funding at the end of last fiscal year for us to be able to purchase the new ballot marking devices that we will be using this coming primary. And after we had purchased those, the Secretary of State's office told us that they had money left over, and if we had purchased them in the previous fiscal year, they would reimburse us every penny, and we did. We were able to recapture and put all of those funds back into the general fund. Operational excellence.
Thank you. We need to salute you for that effort, okay? Because that was a heavy lift.
Well,
if you recall at the
I will
last
tell you that if
budget
the
session.
commissioners had not funded it last fiscal year and I had not purchased them and had them in by June 30th, we would not have gotten that. There are other counties that did not receive it because of their time frame for getting that funding. So thank you for funding those. Operational excellence. Streamlined operations and eliminated workflow bottlenecks by implementing a GIS-based 3-digit precinct numbering system and successfully leading a statewide mock election to test and train on new voter hardware and software ahead of the upcoming election cycle, strengthening readiness and operational efficiencies across counties. Professional growth. Continued to elevate office expertise through ongoing VREMS training, and VREMS, of course, voter registration and election management system. I feel like acronyms, sometimes there's too many. And professional development while actively pursuing the prestigious National SARA, Certified Elections Registration Administrator certification, further strengthening professional leadership in election administration. Legislative advocacy helps safeguard Nevada voters by coordinating statewide engagement and advocacy during legislative sessions, ensuring that enacted election policies strengthen election administration and support the integrity of Nevada's election system. Public trust and professional leadership maintained active involvement in state and national election organizations, collaborating with election officials and policy makers to share best practices, promote transparency, and strengthen public confidence and trust in elections. Tied to the strategic plan, protecting taxpayer resources, improving operational readiness, and strengthening professional expertise, engaging in effective governance, and reinforcing public trust in democratic processes. I feel like we hit every single strategic goal in the elections office. We're involved in so much. Our goals for this year, one would be operational accuracy, flawless execution from voter registration to final certification. That is always our goal. When we hire new people, what we tell them, and I think this actually might have started from Kathy, is don't end up in the news. That's our number one goal in election. Don't end up in the news. Because if you're in the news, you probably did something wrong. So I believe that started with Kathy Lewis, and it has continued because I think it's a great goal. The depth. This involves rigorous logic and accuracy testing on all hardware and software, and a double-blind approach to data entry. For Douglas County, success means the paper trail perfectly matches the digital audit. Absolute security. The goal is protecting the sanctity of the ballot through physical and digital barriers. The depth. This means maintaining a strict chain of custody for every single item. If a ballot box moves, 2 people sign for it. It also includes cybersecurity protocols to ensure your voter database remains an impenetrable fortress against outside interference. I will say, like County Manager Davidson said, this is a collaboration. We could not do this without IT support because, not gonna lie, I have no idea what I'm looking for with cybersecurity. I just know that IT has my back, and after we debrief, I am shocked at how many pings, and I'm probably not using the right word, Peace could tell me, how many times Douglas County gets hit, but not, it never makes it through, but they are tracking those. And I'm very thankful for our IT department having my back as an elections official, because there's no way that my staff would be able to monitor that. Universal accessibility. The goal, ensuring every eligible citizen can vote without barriers. The depth, it's more than just ramps. It's about clear signage and intuitive vote center layouts. Your team's job is to minimize voter friction so that even a first-time voter feels confident and informed. And I think that we have achieved that at our vote centers. Workforce readiness, a highly trained, resilient team that can handle election day pressure. And we say election day pressure, but we're already in it. Candidate filing is over. We are building our sample ballot. We are building our ballots. We are already in election day in our office. With 100 plus election workers, the focus is on standardized training. Every worker should know exactly how to handle a spoiled ballot or a technical glitch without needing to call the office, ensuring the front lines stay moving. I'll also say, and this is also something that Kathy Lewis actually paid for in a budget in 2020 before COVID hit. She paid a company that we have been using to do an online election worker training. And we have used it, but not to the level that was paid for. What was paid for was them coming in, videoing all of the equipment and everything, and putting together interactive training. For the last 5 years, we've been using, basically you read PDFs and then you come in and we'll tell you what it meant. And it's not an efficiency of the software that we had paid for. Just 2 weeks ago, March 11th and 12th, that company came in and we held off knowing that we were going to have new equipment and knowing we didn't want to do it and then have to have them come back and pay for them to come back. So just a couple weeks ago, they came to Douglas County. They flew up here from Florida, and we went 2 full days to make a 3-hour training, 2 full days of videoing, and we had election workers come in, and we went through every single process, and that this year we will be able to finally release that interactive online training, and we are very excited about that. It'll give every election worker the ability to be able to understand the equipment before they actually come in and get the in-person training. So we're excited about that. Full-time equivalent positions. We have the election administrator. We have 2 deputy clerk elections coordinators in elections, so a total of 3 full-time employees, FTEs. As you can see from our budget, just the standard increase. We're not asking. Well, we are. It'll be in the next slide. There is one supplemental. We have scrubbed our budget. I will tell you, though, that I've had conversations with Kathy Lewis about the fact that we did move to the state mail ballot vendor this year. So the state will be picking up the costs instead of reimbursing us. We don't know what that's going to look like fully. I'm hoping that by next fiscal year, this will go down. But right now, I am as conservative as I can be with a general election coming up. This budget encompasses the general election, which is more expensive than a primary budget. So this year, the budget that we're working off of to build next year's is a primary election budget. It does not, the sample ballot is less than half the cost. There's no need to publish ballot questions because it's a primary ballot. There are additional costs. So when it comes to elections, you could look at perhaps the 2024 budget, but you can't look at the 25 budget to build the 26 budget, if that makes sense. So, did you have a question about that?
I did. There's several questions I have on this particular page. The reduction in postage, PO box rent, 34,000, substantial number. Can you, it says here in the budget, decrease due to state mail ballot contract. I'm not sure I understand that process.
So, so the state, when AB 321 passed in 2021, which is the universal mail ballots, when that passed, it provided that the state should pick up the costs, some of the costs for mail ballots. The way that it has worked is that the first year it rolled out, so 2022, we were reimbursed for everything. All the counties were. In 2024, the state saw a need for some of the rural counties weren't able to get mail ballot vendors because their volume was too low. So the state contracted with a vendor to provide mail ballot services for some of the rural counties, and any of us were able to join that contract. I did not feel comfortable joining that contract because the vendor was out of Florida, New York, and the ballots had to travel from the printer in New York all the way across the nation to get to our Nevada residents. So I did not join it. However, this year they have gone with a different vendor. So they are, that just happened to be our mail ballot vendor last year. They went ahead and signed with their company. So I have signed on to the mail ballot vendor through the state. So what that means is instead of getting reimbursed, the state is picking up the costs in the front. And so that postage, they will be paying that. We do not have to. So that's why it's such a significant decrease. However, it can only go down so far because we still have to pay the full cost of sample ballots. We just aren't paying the costs for the mail ballots. And that's only the mail ballots that are sent out in bulk. When we send them out of our office, we do cover those costs.
Thank you. And then I believe the legislature passed a bill this last session that allowed for the payment to your what was called volunteer election workers.
It allowed for.
Are we putting anything in our budget in regards to the compensation if an individual decides they want to be paid for that job?
So actually, you've got it a little bit backwards. What we've always paid our election workers $12 an hour. However, we've always had election workers that don't want to get paid. And so what the law allows is for us to allow them to opt out. And I did not, that would be part of the salaries budget. And I don't think we've allocated for that because we don't know what that'll look like. We're working through hiring, human resources is working through hiring those people right now, and they are giving them that option, and we'll have to see how many people choose to opt out.
Thank you. And I appreciate the correction there because, yes, that's the way I understood it. They could opt out.
Correct.
Because we had a number of workers that say, I really don't want to be paid for this. But we didn't have any options there. We had to pay them. So
Correct.
We're glad that the legislature allowed us to do that. So, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Wow. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm not quite done. I am going to ask for something. Okay, so you'll see in here the operating expense increase request. So as I was stating earlier, general elections are more expensive than primary elections. This budget that we're building right now is for a general election. I'm asking for an increase based on the 2024 amount that we had to expend to publish state ballot questions in the newspaper. It actually is closer to $45,000, but I only need an increase because I was able to move some money around and scrub my budget. I only need an increase of $34,728 to hit that $45,000. All of that money, whatever the costs are associated with publishing in the newspaper state ballot questions, gets reimbursed to us. So that's why it's a wash to zero. I have to build my budget for it with the knowledge that potentially I need to expend that, and then as soon as I submit it to the Secretary of State's office, we will get it back, and it will be within the same fiscal year.
That seems weird, but okay.
I have to have the money in order. I don't have a credit card to put it on, so I have to ask for the money in advance. So this just goes into that as a little bit of an explanation. Our election budget varies from fiscal year to the next because election cycles span 2 fiscal years. The primary election expenditure occur in 1 fiscal year, while the general election, which is more costly due to higher voter turnout, additional staffing, and expanded operations, occurs in the following fiscal year. As a result, election-related expenses are not evenly distributed annually and may appear higher in the fiscal year that includes the general election. Election expenses continue to increase year over year due to multiple unfunded mandates that come out of the legislature. In recent years, mail ballots, automatic AVR, and related notices that must be sent to the voter and the presidential preference primary have all significantly increased our election budget. So though we're building our budget right now, we have to remember that every year that we have a presidential preference primary, I am running 2 primaries in 1 calendar year. So the next time that I bring that forward, which I believe will be the next budget cycle, we'll have 2 primary elections that I have to run out of it. So any questions?
Everyone's looking at everyone.
Fine, I'll put a question in there. If we get you that credit card, how do we decide who gets to collect the points for the travel?
If I get to pick the card, that would be nice, but that's not how government works. So,
Was that part of the agenda?
Okay, thank you so much. And
right.
and I just wanted to also thank you for your outreach to our community, to all organizations. And they're still available. I would tell the other organizations, they're still available, but your public workshops to explain the new voting process with the actual printing of a paper ballot, and then the ability to put that paper ballot, or the requirement to put that paper ballot, if you want it counted, into a tabulator. I appreciate your outreach to our community in that regard, so an education process. So thank you so much.
you're very
Appreciate it.
welcome. Thank you guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Well, we're, according to my spreadsheet, it says we have our district attorney at 2 o'clock, but I notice that he's here already, so I would make an observation that he's probably ready to go. So, well, you're going to go to the podium. Okay. Okay. And Mr. Jackson, once again, as Ms. Bergens, I don't believe I watched it, and I don't believe you have an opponent. So, congratulations to another 4 years serving as Douglas County's district attorney.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
For the public's knowledge, we are on page 59 of the general fund budget.
Well, good afternoon. For the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney, and kind of following Sheriff Coverly, I can tell you that I know a lot of the department heads that come before the board have a buildup of anxiety coming in and talking about the budgets, and part of it could just be about a public speaking. I truly enjoy this. I think this is a great opportunity for every department head, including all the elected officials, to talk about their departments, to brag about their departments, to highlight certain pieces of information, not only for the board, but more importantly for the public. And we can't look past the fact that the main reason that we're here truly is going to come down to one slide, and that's going to be the expenditure summary. And I'll probably spend a lot of time walking through every single one of the line items in mine, because I think it's important that not only you as the board that will be appropriating the funds, but also the public understands what that money is being used for. So I have the mission statement up there. I'm not going to read it for you. Everybody who is watching online can't see me, so they've had this slide in front of them for a little bit of time. I want to talk briefly about my role as the elected district attorney. I wear two hats. First and foremost is the public prosecutor, and then also as county counsel. And what most people don't realize and understand is that when they elect a district attorney, as far as the county counsel, they're choosing who's going to be the counsel for the board. So as the DA, I'm not driving any of the policies that come before the board. I'm not making those policies types of decisions. It's different than in a private capacity. If someone walked in, a prospective client, and they laid out their legal issue and I decided I didn't want to take it, I could refuse it. But as county counsel, we take on everything. So we're defending all of the decisions of the county and stuff. So the reason I wanted to point that out is that I'm going to be talking about some accomplishments and after I talk about the goals. And it's the word that we've used, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm most proud of these. It's just to give you examples of some of the significant amount of work that was performed by one of the divisions within the office. Before you now is that organizational chart. There's 24 FTEs. The next slide is going to be a breakdown of those FTE positions for you all to see. And then I'm going to spend most of my time after I talk about the goals and accomplishments about the civil division, a little bit about the criminal division, and then get into what the expenditures are. So our goals for this year, one of them, the very first one, is always the same, and that is to provide that exemplary legal advice. I'm proud because I believe that we attain this goal each and every year. I'm very proud of the civil team that we have here. The value that the people of Douglas County get by the legal work that is done by our civil division is just absolutely extraordinary. So I don't think that there's any, I'm in the last year of my 5th term, and I'll be going into my 6th term, and I don't think there's anyone that could stand before you that's been 20 years as a DA and say that they batted 1,000 on all their legal advice, but I'll tell you that we're really, really close. The next goal is deals with our Special Victims Response Team. This is something that was created back in 2008. It keeps getting better. This is a coordinated community response. This was a team that we put together to work first and foremost with the Sheriff's Office when they respond to calls of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking types of cases, of having a handoff and making sure that we got services to the victims immediately, not the next day, not after the case was submitted, not after a defendant's first court appearance, but absolutely immediately. So one of the partners in this team is a Family Support Council, and we would not have the success if it wasn't for the Family Support Council and the victim services that they provide through that. The next goal is continue to work with community stakeholders in preventing opioid abuse. Sheriff Coverly talked a little bit about the drugs and the difficulties of dealing with that and what his stance is on that, and I share that. But I learned a long time ago we cannot enforce our way out of it. It doesn't matter what the drug of choice is for that particular decade, whether it was the heroin of the 70s, the cocaine of the 80s, the rise of methamphetamine through the 90s and 2010, the resurgence again of the heroin, and now the scariest of all is the fentanyl, the much higher synthetic opioids that we have to deal with. So there will always be that enforcement side of it. But we know that prevention is very important. And another very important organization that we have in Douglas County used to be the Partnership of Community Resources, which is now Partnership Douglas County, and what Daria and her team does for Douglas County as a whole is absolutely incredible. So I'm talking about that type of collaboration, working with community services because of some of the settlements that we've received through the opioid litigation has also been very significant in putting some of those dollars back to Douglas County, dealing with the abatement from the opioid abuses. Some of the accomplishments I wanted to point out were, goes right to the opioid litigation. So for last year, we had $451,000 in settlement proceeds. We had more than that the previous year. We've received several $1 million already, and some of these settlements will continue to come to Douglas County over the next more than a decade. There's a lot of work for some of you that are involved, and I know that the board gets their briefings in these non-meetings where we're able to talk to you about some of the labor negotiations, but Douglas County should be very proud of their team. Without a doubt, it starts at the county manager level and works very closely with our office in working on behalf of the management side in dealing with the labor negotiations. The Justice Center. Later on, I'll be talking about, what their needs are in space. So we're less than a year and a half from being able to go into the Justice Center. A significant amount of work going into this, and it continues. Zach Wadley has been leading that, Deputy DA in our Civil Division. He has countless hours each year working on the Justice Center project, handling all the legal issues. And the Minden Tahoe Airport, the master plan update, I think was something significant that happened this year.
Can I jump in here? Yes. We have open jumping in protocol today.
I love it.
I just wanted to stop with pause on that first Justice Center point. I mean, your language there talks about successfully issuing the bond and supporting construction, but I also want to give a shout out for the work you did in the design. And I know there were several points where, because of your thoughtfulness, we were able to do things in a creative way that allows the space to be multi-used, allows for more efficient use of the money that we're spending to really get value for the taxpayer dollar. Because I know this because I saw some of and heard about some of your suggestions. So I just wanted to thank you for really being thoughtful about that work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hales. The South Shore Area Plan, a lot of work, controversial along the way. Anytime you deal with the TRPA, it's very difficult. We don't necessarily get to choose who our partners are. It's kind of like family. They belong to you. It's a part of Douglas County. But we all realize how important the lake is to Douglas County. So we've really worked hard on the legal issues that have been presented to us based upon policy decisions that have been made in bringing forth the best product that we could on the South Shore Area Plan. You all know pretty well the 17 ordinances that came through that you all passed, and there was about 25 resolutions that we worked on also in 2025. Obviously, the multiple legal claims, I'm not going to discuss the specific claims or cases just to make sure that I'm in compliance with the open meeting law. But I am going to then kind of do a segue into the criminal division and to the number of cases that were processed by the criminal division. Over 2,600 misdemeanors, nearly 50 gross misdemeanors, and just over 500 felonies in 2025 for an average of 408 cases per prosecutor. We also had now almost 240 juvenile delinquency and 77 child neglect hearings. Total hearings, that's not the number of cases, those were the total hearings that occurred on either a Monday after Monday morning or a Tuesday morning on the juvenile and 432B dockets of both of our district court calendars. And then we resolve a lot of traffic citations. You'll be seeing that in some of the charts that will be coming up. This is, I shared this last year also. It kind of puts in perspective the balancing that has to occur every week. So our civil division meets every Monday morning at 8:30. They talk about things that happened the previous week, talk about matters coming before the board, other issues, making sure that everything is being handled and getting progress on certain types of projects. Well, the criminal division meets every Thursday afternoon because it fits in best based upon that weekly court assignment calendar. But, you know, today we did chargings in the morning. There were in-custody arraignments. District court was in session this morning. So it shows you the number of prosecutors we have to have in these separate courts throughout the week. That excludes the jury trials and the special settings for those. And then one of the major changes in the last 2 years now has been our weekend bail hearings. So those have been added. So yesterday I did the Tahoe Township bail hearings. And it's the most we've had in a while. We had 7 cases that we did with Judge Johnson, that I did yesterday with Judge Johnson. And so it takes out a significant part of your morning, not only being able to read all of those. So that was about 4 hours of work yesterday morning, dealing just on those pretrial release hearings. This is kind of, it shows you a look back, these barrel graphs for 2005 going back to 2023. It shows that there has been, you know, overall an increase in the number of misdemeanor cases over the course of the last 3 years, a slight reduction in the felonies, and we don't see a lot of the gross misdemeanor types of cases. These are, I think, fairly consistent with the statistics that the sheriff presented. I think his goes back to 2008. They did have a slight increase in the number of arrests. What the sheriff's office statistics, what's missing from his are the case submissions. That only shows the arrests, it doesn't show the submissions. So, yes, Chair Gardner.
So, Mr. Jackson, back on that other slide, I guess, but is some of this related to what has happened in our state legislature in reclassifying cases, or not?
Oh, yes, that's a great question. There's no doubt that some of that has changed. One of the biggest challenges has been the legislative criminal justice reforms really since 2019. The big one was AB 236 in 2019. But there's been significant reforms, criminal justice reforms since then. One of those
That's
is
what they
the
call reforms, right? What they call reforms.
Yes. One of those is a reduction of the felony threshold for theft. So cases that used to be at a felony level are now a misdemeanor level. So that has reduced some of those felony cases. The next one is just the annual caseload per prosecutor over the last 3 years. These are the evidentiary hearings that are set between the trials. Traffic trials are in red, and then the preliminary hearings, which are the probable cause hearings that occur in our justice courts. I don't want to call them a mini trial. It's supposed to be based upon probable cause, based on slight, even marginal evidence that a crime may have been committed and that the defendant may have committed the crime. But the defense attorneys like to turn those into mini trials nevertheless. And it's okay. They push the prosecutors. We'll make the objections. The judge will make the ruling. We all serve a role, and I don't fault them at all for doing that. So, and these are the number of traffic pretrials. If I had shown you what these graphs look like 6 and 7 and 8 years ago, they were double and triple this. So part of this is that legislative change where a lot of the traffic laws became civil infractions instead. So it's reduced our numbers in by a third. So I'm going to take some time on this expenditure summary, and I need to apologize. I'm going to tell you at the very beginning, this slide is wrong. And I'm going to ask finance after my presentation to put together what would be a more accurate slide. I'm going to ask to move to the next slide, and then we'll come back. But the information, this is a operating expense and increase request form that I had submitted. So on the bottom part of that, all in red, those were the reductions from the scrubbing that you'll see on the previous slide. Initially, when we submitted all of our services and supply line items, both the decreases from the scrubbing and the increases, we were advised by finance, my department was advised by finance that we could not include any of those increases on those specific line items. So there's 5 of those increases. So I'll address those as we go back to the previous slide. So this slide is wrong because I'm not asking for a 4,899 decrease in the service and supplies from what our current fiscal year to next fiscal year. What I am requesting is going to be the $13,145 increase, which is now being put in the form of the supplemental request. But I want to go through and make sure that you understand what are in these specific line items. For the most part, a lot of these line items are outside of my control as the DA. Many of these were based upon decisions by this board to approve contracts. Contracts for services, especially dealing with the software, also with the professional services, for example, the rents and leases. When you really look at, if you want to, I don't want to call it discretionary, but most of my requests are in the hundreds of dollars or very low $1,000. So our postage, a PO box rent, a $35 reduction, we'll be down to $100 because that's what it was for the last 2 years. The travel, there was a time after, beginning in 2008, I think that we were frozen out. Everybody, except for the county commissioners, had a zero travel budget. And then ours was put back in not that many years ago. And it is important to have that travel budget, especially for the training that we have. But I'm not asking for an increase in the travel budget. The insurance is related to the notaries. The telephones are, I do not have a county issued telephone. I could get a county issued telephone, and I didn't ask for one. I've never asked for one. There is a stipend that could be paid in lieu of me getting a county issued phone, and I've never requested that stipend. But I do have on-call investigators, and we have 2 other people in the office that have phones that are dedicated strictly for the business, and those are appropriate charges. The maintenance of the office equipment is a budget of only $200, but we do have things that do come up that require some maintenance, and sometimes we may exceed that. The next budget item is a motor pool expense. I've never put in what this item would be. This is always provided by motor pool. As you know, based upon the vehicles that are assigned to the district attorney's office, of which there are 4, part of what this expense is not just the oil, gas, and service, but it's also a certain amount every month that's paid in for ultimately a replacement vehicle. And that makes a lot of fiscal sense to me, and I like that. So they provide that number. The rents and leases, that is for the Boulay building, which is right across the street from the current Judicial Law Enforcement Center, and that houses the civil division. And there is an increase pursuant to that contract that we have with the landlord of $1,183. So it's not accurately reflected on this slide. It is accurately reflected as a supplemental request. But again, this is a lease agreement that was approved by a prior board. And I don't have any control over that contractual obligation. The memberships are historically, and I look back as far as I could go, which goes back to Michael Smiley Rowe. Then there was Brent Colvett and Scott Doyle before me for 16 years. But the Douglas County, I think like a lot of counties, have always paid the bar dues of those attorneys because it's a requirement in order for them to be a licensed attorney that they have to pay the bar dues. So that's what that number is about. The witness fees. This is always just a shot in the dark. I don't want to put a large number in there because sometimes it'll be less than that. I informed this board last year during my tentative budget presentation, and I will advise you again in a few slides that there are some high-profile and complex cases where we know that witness fees will increase. Currently, we have over $17,000 in witness fees so far for this year, but we have a couple of trials coming up, a month-long murder trial in May, a month-long murder trial in June, and we know that there'll be additional witness fees associated with that. The training and the education is based upon the mandatory continuing legal education requirements that are set forth by the state bar. If I just took it of what the average cost is per credit, I would probably need to put that budget around $15,000. But we get a lot of free training, and it's one of the advantages of belonging to the District Attorneys Association is they push out a lot of free training to us. So this is to cover some of the training that we just can't get otherwise, and real specific to some issues that are currently pressing before the county. The courier messenger service, that will always change a little bit, but I think we're right on line for what that amount will be. The professional services, this is the contract with Carrie Rosser Law, Ltd. As you are all aware, Carrie Rosser used to be a deputy DA in our office. When she moved, I think that Phil Ritger probably cried for a few days knowing that he was going to lose the person that he had the most faith and confidence in, and we decided that it was a position that we could have to be able to work remotely primarily, and we entered into this contract. So this is based upon an increase and what was approved by this board January of 2025. So that's going to have an increase of $9,551. Books and periodicals, a slight reduction in that. That is for the updates to Nevada Revised Statutes after session. There was a time where I think that we had a volume of those books in every attorney office, and now we have 2 in the civil division and 2 in the criminal division. We've really shut that down, primarily because of the legal software that we contract with Westlaw. It's absolutely incredible. There's some old timers like me, I still like to have that book in my hand. The office supplies is $150. Our paper supplies have really been reducing. Not as much of a need. It was just this year that, thankfully, the courts finally went live, at least with their district court filings. And I can't thank them enough for that. It has been saving some time, and it's definitely been saving some paper. The small equipment, this, we have been building in about the replacement of the laptop computers for the attorneys, which everyone takes into court, and also the desktops. So I think this is built in for 7 replacements for what will be this upcoming fiscal year. The software, all of that is based upon contracts, and most of those will be on the next page about what those increases will be, including our case management system with It's called Carpel by Prosecutor. We refer to it as PBK. It's a significant case management system that we're able to prosecute cases paperless by just the use of the laptops, access to the cases, the entry of the notes, docketing of all of the information. Because of that case management system, if we didn't have that, then the secretarial pool would be at least double, if not triple, of what we have. We only have the 4 legal secretaries in the criminal division to handle all of that caseload, but it's primarily because of our case management system. The office products programs, that's the one that's through Amazon of ordering up the products that we need. And then the grant services and supplies, this is our Special Victims Response Team grant that is funded through the Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women, and one of the sub-grantees to that is the Family Support Council to fund one of their full-time advocate positions. So we have to run it through here, but this is a 100% reimbursement. So, but if I was to take out that 100% reimbursed grant services and supplies, the lease, the contract with Kerry Rosser Law, I don't have that much in my line items. I am very proud of the fact that I've always been very fiscally responsible and have never inflated any of these line items. So when we get to a position where we're at a zero-based budgeting, it really hurts a department like mine that the only real increases are based upon contractual increases already approved by the board. So for that, that is what stands behind my $13,145 increase. And again, I would ask that that finance, if they could change or provide an update or a supplement to this to show what those actual line items are, all on one slide. So it's reflected in here. So the actual ask is $450.29. I have no supplemental requests for FTEs or capital improvements. I've told this board the last 2 years that I would be coming forward with a supplemental request for an FTE for a victim witness coordinator. However, our space limitations, there's really, it just wouldn't work even if I got that. I was anticipating that if we did have the Justice Center completed the beginning of 2027, that I would make the request to be funded mid-year. But because we're looking closer to the end of this next fiscal year, it is a request that I will be making, and with all proper documentation behind that a year from now. High-profile cases. I talked about these murder trials that'll be coming up. These, how cases are being prosecuted now is changed so much, and I know Commissioner Rice, when you were talking previously to Sheriff Coverly about just the changes, and Sheriff Coverly told you all about how much he loves technology, but just about the changes. So one of the significant changes that we're dealing with as prosecutors is the body-worn camera footage that's created. So there's a significant cost just in the storage of all of that. But every single case that we prosecute, whether it's by arrest or submission, has at least one, but I will tell you most of them have multiple deputies or even sergeants with their body cams. So we have to go through and watch every single video of all of those body cams. So if we had an incident where officers are on scene, 4 officers for half an hour, that's 2 hours of watching those videos in between all of those other calendar dates that you saw earlier on what our weekly scheduling is within the criminal division. So I asked last year that make sure that we have set aside in contingency, at least $150,000. You can't earmark it, but we always have a contingency. I anticipate that I'm already over budget on the witness fees for this year, which I have no control over, but they're going to increase. So we have those 2 murder trials in May and June. Case I'm prosecuting, it has a sentencing hearing this Thursday. We have another murder case coming up for trial in November of this year. And the fourth murder case is involved in the defendant in that case has some competency issues, so the whole case is stayed until we work through that. But that's going to add some additional costs for independent evaluations by someone at the request of the prosecuting attorney, which again will add to those witness fees. Challenges. Sheriff Coverly talked about the drugs. I think a couple of commissioners, Tarkanian and Tolbert, both basketball fans, players, coaches, and all of that, remember Red Auerbach, the coach of the Boston Celtics, and I think he had 8 consecutive years of championships. But one of his quotes is, "Basketball is like war. The offensive weapons are always developed first, and it takes a while for the defense to catch up." So that's how I feel, and that's how Sheriff Coverly feels. And when we're dealing with the evolving challenges of not just fentanyl, but all of the drugs, it always takes a while to try to catch up because they so often they get a step ahead. When we're talking about some of the synthetic drugs out there, such as the synthetic cannabinoids that became very popular about a decade ago and are still available, those are changing in the labs on almost a daily basis. And so even the DEA cannot keep up with their regulations on deciding what is a prohibited substance and what is not. So we're always behind. Even on our synthetic cannabinoids, when the State Board of Pharmacy meets and has the regulations on adding to the fentanyls, that list just keeps growing about twice a year. So it's pretty significant of what we are dealing with. I sit in a quarterly meetings with the drug labs in the state of Nevada through the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, Henderson PD, and then Las Vegas Metro, talking to their lead chemists and criminalists on the drugs that they're seeing that are being seized and submitted. And every quarter, there's already a change from what the previous quarter was as to the difference of the types of drugs. We're up in the north, we're seeing a lot more of the fentanyl in the powder or crystalline form. And down in the south, Clark County, it's almost all in the pill form. Some of the counterfeit pills specifically. So that is one of the challenges. And I already talked about the legislative session. Future needs, I talked about this also. And the one FTE victim coordinator for 2026-2027, which I'll present to the board again in a year. So before I end, I did want to thank you all. Because of a lot of the pressing issues in the civil division, at the first board meeting in November, the board approved an FTE for a civil attorney position. And it took us 5 months, but today, that person started, and it's Steve O'Hearn, and I'm going to have him, he's in the back of the room, I'm going to have him stand up and wave. So this is Steve O'Hearn's first day. He started by attending the civil division meeting and then going through his onboarding process. We told him his punishment for today was having to come and listen to me for an hour, so that's why he's here. But we think he'll be a significant addition. The last time we had an opening in the civil division, I think it took us 14 months to fill. So it's much more difficult to fill the civil division because of what I demand within the civil division, because we've set that bar so high about providing the very best legal advice that we possibly can to this board. With that, are there any questions?
So thank you, Mr. Jackson. And I was going to ask you to introduce Steve. And we indoctrinated him at lunch today.
Oh.
We made sure he went to lunch, and Commissioner Hales had the opportunity to grill him for an hour, along with our county manager, sat at a different table. We're glad to see that opportunity has been taken advantage of. I would expect, and we're so anxious, as I'm sure you are, of the new Justice Center opening, hopefully in the spring, late spring, maybe of of this next fiscal year, 26, 27, at which time you'll be able to consolidate all of your civil division and criminal division attorneys all in one room, right, or all in one area. Maybe you'll then only need one set of NRS, rather than two. So I'm looking at those reductions in costs that maybe we can experience in the 26, 20, or the 27, 28 budget, right? I think I'll still be around.
Hold
I
me
think
to
so.
it.
I hope so. I hope I'm still around. I'll put it that way. I think we're gonna see some significant differences there in this budget as we go forward in the next several years. So
In that
Commissioner?
category would be the $33,000 lease.
Yes. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, that's specifically what I'm talking about. Yeah, the the ability for you to walk down the hall and be able to talk to anybody without going outside the building. So that we're just so looking forward to that opportunity. It's going to help us so much, I think. So consolidation of efforts. So other commissioners, come on.
You know I'm going to. So we've kind of talked about like the short term. So is there anything else out there, not quite pie in the sky, but realistically that could help you become more efficient? Is there other things out there that now that we're getting the office space and stuff like that together, is there anything out there that we should be aware of to kind of keep on the radar moving forward?
Not under the jurisdiction, power, or control of this Board of Commissioners. Well, what I mean is, there was a time that my lobbying efforts and working very closely with some lobbyists with the District Attorneys Association that we did very well in Carson City. It hasn't been that way since 2019, and it keeps getting worse. Except for the governor bailing us out with his record number of vetoes, there would be even worse laws on the books that I truly believe would have a significant impact on the safety of our community. So we continue to fight very hard at the legislature every year, but we're always on the defense now. It's not about getting through what we believe would be very beneficial for victims of crime, for example. We're just on the defense. So if you have that magic wand where you can kind of change the leadership of both chambers, then wave it.
Commissioner Hills, anything additional? Commissioner Tarkanian? No? Russ? Okay, well, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and once again, congratulations on another term. So we appreciate that, and thank you. We are running a little bit ahead of time, but anyways, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:30 if that's okay. Okay, and thank you. Okay. Okay.
Oh, it does start on 10,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
Would you like some candy?
No, thank you. What do you tease? You know? Okay, we're going to call this back to order. We have one final session this afternoon. That's on indigent defense. Contrary to what the agenda is just a little bit here off. It starts actually on page 10 of the general fund tab, if you're following along. I also wanted to mention, a member of the public asked about these different slide presentations we're getting, and those slide presentations are available in the board packet section on the agendas on the county website. So if you go into boards and commissions, County Board of Commissioners, and look at the agendas, you want to pull up the agenda packet page, not the agenda page, because the agenda page is very, very minimal, okay? It's just the bones, okay? This has all the flesh. So anyways, page 10. And welcome. And we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, I'm Brian Filter. I'm the Director of Indigent Defense. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon, although I'm more in the category that Mr. Jackson referred to of a bit nervous. So bear with me. So the Department of Indigent Defense is a newly created department by the county. Our mission is to provide equality before the law for all persons. We ensure that those accused of crimes or otherwise eligible for services provided by the county are appointed an attorney and will not be deprived of any elements of representation necessary for an adequate defense, regardless of their financial ability to pay. There's an old cartoon I saw years ago of a man sitting in a lawyer's office and the lawyer looking at him saying, "So, how much justice can you afford?" And it really shouldn't be that way. Certainly not when your life and liberty are at stake. So we endeavor to hire, or contract with, I should say, quality attorneys and provide quality representation to people who otherwise might do without. The department consists of 2 full-time staff members, myself and my administrative assistant. We have a number of different duties. One of them is identifying and contracting with attorneys who can provide those services and do so in a high-quality manner, and do so with the appropriate dedication to the task. We also provide oversight, both directly of the attorneys. I frequently observe the attorneys, provide feedback, and when appropriate, constructive criticism to ensure that they're doing a good job. We process requests for experts, investigators, and other specialized resources necessary for an adequate defense. We review the invoices submitted, as well as there's pre-approval required before they can retain an expert to provide services to each of the attorneys. Again, we scrutinize those and evaluate those. We also provide, at times, attorneys through separate contracts from our annual contracts, individual attorneys who take individual cases at a time, usually on conflicts. We also review those, make sure that the billing is appropriate and that they are fulfilling their contractual duties. We also assign cases to the various attorneys. We endeavor to do that with some equity between the attorneys so no one's overburdened. We do have a system that we use to appoint them in a rotation and without picking favorites or lack of favorites, as it were. This is important work for the administration of justice. Mr. Jackson, who I'll note I worked for a few years as a deputy prosecutor, mentioned the defense attorneys and kind of pushing them. I'm going to quote another thing, an old adage, that the courtroom is a crucible, and there's a fire that develops, and at the end, you're left with the truth. It takes 2 sides to do that, and we endeavor to provide that fire that leads to the truth and to justice. We have found and contracted with high-quality attorneys that we currently have serving with us. That's been aided by this county's representation. County Manager Ms. Davidson, when I took this position, talked to me about that we want to provide a really good service here. We want to have the finest rural indigent defense program in the state, and we're endeavoring to do that, and that reputation is spreading. When I first started, I had trouble finding attorneys. Now we're getting more interest, and it's nice to see. And with no small part, the compensation that this commission has approved us to provide to those attorneys has helped immensely, so I'm grateful for that. I note that, as I noted, I was a prosecutor for over 2 decades prior to being a defense attorney for about a decade and now taking on this role. It takes two sides, and not only that, but the better the opposition. As a prosecutor, I found this frequently. The better opposition you face, the better job you do, and the better results you get. If you do get that conviction at the end, it's not going to be overturned on appeal because there was good representation on both sides. So it's a really important thing that we provide. So the workloads are ranging a little higher, but it's hard to tell right now. I didn't have data going back too far. This year, we're a little bit, it looks like we're going to be maybe a little bit less than last year by the end of the year. But the caseloads in general are rising. The invoices processed have increased pretty dramatically this year. We did change last year to contracts for the child welfare cases that are separate from the criminal defense contracts, and those invoices have to be processed, and that's part of that increase. But overall, the workloads are growing slightly, but not incredibly. So goals and accomplishments. We've been working to improve services, as I alluded to earlier. I want to make this a very good program that's a model for the rest of the state, and we've been successful in that in many ways. We added a 6th full-time contract attorney. That attorney is an excellent attorney. He's got long experience. He's developing into the role here. He's only been in place for a few months, but he's doing very well in providing good services. We contracted with an attorney to serve defendants in specialty courts, DUI court and drug court. It's a part-time position, but important to provide. And when I assumed this role, I expanded my role to include, I provide representation to defendants at bail hearings, detention hearings. About 43% of the time, I cover Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays every week, and that allots up to that. We are asking as a goal to add a 7th contract attorney to increase the coverage we can make and provide more time for the existing attorneys to work with their clients and dedicate their efforts to that. That's largely in part, though, we are under a court order. The Davis versus Nevada consent decree and the workload study that was done in 2023 that flowed from that requires Douglas County to have 8.8 full-time equivalent attorneys, or the equivalent in summation. We are working towards that goal, and with the addition of that 7th, I believe that we will reach that goal. As indicated, it would be 7 attorneys, but we have those other resources we're bringing to bear. We're also hoping and actively working towards transferring responsibility for our appellate cases and capital or death penalty cases to the Nevada State Office of Public Defender. That's a somewhat laborious and complicated endeavor. It's pursuant to state law. I'm working with the State Department of Indigent Defense Services on that and trying to circuit that and make that happen sooner than later. That's in process, and we're hoping to have that happen. I'm not going to say it's completely unique, but it is definitely not common, is most of our expenses beyond we have an annual contribution that we have to make, which I don't have the final number for this year, but it's probably going to be about $1.2 million that the county has to pay in. Beyond that, virtually all of our expenses for indigent defense are reimbursed to the county by the state of Nevada. So in adding that 7th attorney, the county will not incur any additional expense. That should be completely covered by state funds. As far as the department staffing, we are a department of 2, myself and my assistant. That's certainly not changing this year. I don't see that changing anytime in the near future. The budget that we've presented to you is basically static within a few $1,000s of last year's budget. We did cut some things and move some things around to different line items, but the bottom line remains essentially the same. I don't have the ability or the interest in going through like Mr. Jackson did each line item. I do have to say my great thanks to Kathy Lewis. This is my first time doing anything like this, and she was immeasurably helpful and patient in working through it with me, and I'm very grateful to her for that. We are requesting, as I noted, an operating funds increase, expense increase, that is for that additional attorney. But as I noted earlier, that should be completely reimbursed by the state, so it's a zero sum.
So you don't have a credit card either, huh?
I don't. I don't. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Commissioners.
I have a curiosity question more about programmatic. But given you have you have 6, possibly 7 independent guys, how do you, and I think you partially answered that by saying you go into the courtrooms, how do you make sure that they're all providing adequate service or equivalent services to all those? And I apologize, that's a naive question, but I have no idea how that
Not
works.
naive at all, actually. I think that's one of the things that my assuming this position, with no disrespect to the program coordinator that was there before, but this being my job, I observe very frequently. I get feedback from clients, usually negative, but sometimes positive. But when there's a problem, I very often get calls and or emails from defendants saying, hey, my attorney's not doing a good job for me. I'm concerned about this. I get a lot of feedback. On occasion, I get, I don't want to say, I'll be careful how I phrase this. Court personnel will occasionally pull me in and express dissatisfaction or concern with certain things going on. So I do get quite a bit of feedback. And my relationship with the attorneys, before I took this, I had one of the then 5 contracts. So I worked with half of them roughly directly, and I have those I even didn't work with directly. I have very good relationships with. I work at fostering that. They don't work for me, and they're not my employees. So it's not like I can go in and tell them, hey, this is what you got to do, and you got to do it this way. I don't have that kind of authority. But what I do have is the authority to say, hey, if you don't provide the proper level of representation, you may not have a contract next year, and or we may terminate a contract. So there is a certain amount of power that goes with the oversight. You don't know me really, but I'm not that kind of person to go and like beat my chest. But I definitely make the point when needed to be made. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I just wanted to delve a little deeper. In our board packet, it says these funds will be reimbursed by the state of Nevada, but I heard you say twice these funds should be completely covered by the state of Nevada. So I wondered if you could, just want to drill down deeper. Have they been reimbursing, and for how long, so that we can sort of get a finger on
They have, and it's
the likelihood?
And I'm sorry, that was a misstatement on my part. It's shall. It's pursuant to state law. They are required to by state law. They will be reimbursed. The only way that could happen is if the state goes bankrupt and can't. But as far as they have an obligation under law to reimburse us for those expenses past our cap.
And so do I understand that would be both an attorney and an administrative assistant?
So as far as the contracts, the attorney contracts, they provide a flat sum, and the attorney, and I'm actually working on changing some things in the contract right now to mandate that they have at least a half-time administrative assistant, each of the attorneys. But where they divvy up the funds that they get is up to them in general. But all expenses, including my salary, my assistant's salary, our office space, our internet, as long as it's beyond that cap, it gets reimbursed by the state because it goes to indigent defense.
Okay, so the total funds would be $150,612 reimbursed by the state, and that attorney can split it however, if he wants to keep it or split it with an administrative assistant.
Correct. That's
Thanks.
correct. And I apologize for the misstatement.
Well, hard to see a downside to this, although maybe our Kathy Lewis will tell us if there is one eventually.
I'll add in, just so you know, this isn't, as far as the state reimbursing, it's by law, but it's also, they're very much pushing us. We're dealing with, I go to the Board of Indigent Defense meeting every quarter or whenever it is, it's every couple of months. And there's a monitor there that's enforcing this Davis decision, and they're pushing us to do these things, and they want us to do these things, and so they're very supportive of it. And I assure you there won't be any issue there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just jump in here. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I appreciate Mr. Filter's efforts on this front. It has been working with the state has been a challenge. The monitor's opinion about how things should be done. I'm also trying to figure out how to say this tactfully. There are multiple ways to accomplish the objectives, and we agree with the objectives of the monitors that equity and justice needs to be provided in a proper way. We as a county are very fiscally conservative and mindful of the fact that while it is state law currently that we will be reimbursed, there may come a day where the state can no longer afford to do this, or with a flick of the pen may change and it becomes very quickly an unfunded mandate. So Mr. Filter has been very, very good about recommending bringing forward contract positions when it makes sense to do so and when it aligns with objectives, not just because the state is saying we need this. And we are being very thoughtful in our approach to administering this program here. And we will be continuing to keep our eyes on this. I would not be surprised if at some point in the future this does become, fully funding this becomes a county burden. And we want to make sure we're set up for success and able to do so if it comes our direction. So I wanted to add those comments. I'm very proud of the work that the team has done. The contract attorneys have wonderful reputations, and the feedback from the state is that we're pretty close to being the model program for the state. So that's excellent, considering a couple of years ago, there were a lot of questions. The monitor was talking about Douglas County program as the thing that they didn't want to see happen. And it's not because it wasn't, what we were doing was wrong. It's just not how the monitor thought things should be done. And I just really appreciate your efforts and communication to the Board of Indigent Defense to show them, to demonstrate that Douglas County is capable, willing, and able to be the model for the state, and we're doing exceptional work. So thank you for that.
Thank you. If I could add to that briefly, I believe it was at the last Board of Indigent Defense meeting I was at. Ms. Davidson's 100% right. We were viewed as kind of the bad model, and not that much has changed except for my presence, really. And I don't want to put too much of it on me, but somebody advocating and being there to put forth our side and explain what we're doing and explain why it's good has really helped, to the point where at that last meeting it was brought up of, hey, maybe we'd explore the Douglas County model in other counties. That's how well it's going. So I'm really proud of that, and I appreciate that.
Okay, now I'm going to get picky here, and so, and just so the public understands that I do look at the budgets, okay? And I just noticed that in the 26 budget that we adopted last year, there were no costs for internet services, internet's expense. And then but we did expend $2,800 this year, and next year we're expecting $4,900. Now, I know that's a very insignificant number in the total scheme of things, right? But I'm just curious because most of us get free internet for some through one method or another. So, can I get picky enough to ask you that question?
Sure. Part of this is because we had to create an actual office for the department, and so expenses that were not there before, because it was the person who performed my role was a contractor. They had their own office, and all that was provided pursuant to their contract. We had to create an office, and the internet, working with Peace and his team, has to be secure because we're accessing all the county files. So it's not like we can go over the air to, the building actually has very bad, that we're in, actually has very bad open wireless, but they would not allow us to do that for security reasons.
Very good explanation. I appreciate that, and that certainly is justified. So, yep. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good. Okay. I got picky. Anybody else wants to get picky? No. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate it very
much. With that, thank you very much. We appreciate your what you bring to the position and what you do for our indigent needs here in the county. So
my privilege. Thank
legal
you so
needs.
much.
So yeah, thank you. Okay, with that, we have concluded the agenda for today. But Ms. Lewis wants to wrap things up a little bit before we go into, we're going to allow public comment on this item, and then we will allow another opportunity for closing public comment that may not be related to the items that we've discussed today. Okay? So, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you very much. I'm Kathy Lewis for the record. I will make this very brief. You guys, it's had been a long day of some great presentations. Just a couple of comments. I think Mark Jackson, our district attorney, made mention of a contingency fund. We adopt, when we have operating expenditures, part of the budget adoption is we adopt, it's 1.5% of operating expenditures as a contingency in our budget. If we don't use it, we bring it forward to the next year and keep using the contingency. What I've appreciated working with the DA's office and with the courts and a little bit even with the sheriffs is we understand there are years that they're heavy in trials, or they're unique trials, or they're challenging trials. And instead of trying to budget and operating for those hopefully one-offs, it might get to a point where they're not one-offs. We have a contingency fund that they can come and request and use those funds instead. So that was a contingency fund. I wanted to mention that. The second piece is that we did change, and we've talked about it, how we've done the service and supplies, in that we wanted no increases in the tentative budget, and any net increase we wanted as a supplemental form. The process is new and it's a little clunky. So I appreciate working through that. All the requests in there, as you saw, especially with indigent defense and with the elections, not an increase to our budget, so it's an easy discussion, but we wanted it to show that this is our adopted budget for services and supplies, and any increase would be coming before the board for discussion.
Okay. Nice explanation, right? So, okay. Any other questions for Ms. Lewis before we go to public comment on this item? No? Okay, thank you. We'll now go to public comment on this item. Once again, we have a timing clock, so you're welcome to come to the podium, print your name, sign in, and when you begin speaking, Mr. Tolbert will push the button, and you'll have 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on the items that we have discussed today?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ellie Waller, Fund 101-341, under accomplishments, and it is easy to go into the board packet and pull pages, where the South Shore Area Plan was discussed, including various substantive revisions to the county code, zoning text amendments, and whatever else, with a potential of the South Shore Area Plan amendment through the Barton proposed amendment process could come through with an environmental impact statement coming forward. Has anybody looked at how much additional staff time that might take to review before it could even begin to go to our planning commission? May require Title 20 changes for the Tahoe regulation, 20.703, I think it is. And just to make sure that we're not shortchanged, because I know we had limited budget when we entered, or we've been told to the public that we had limited budgets for changes to the original South Shore Area Plan revisions, which were a little more difficult for people like me that go through and look at an old plan and see track changes, and we completely overhauled and made a new plan. So I don't know if there's going to be anything else addressed besides the Barton project in the South Shore Area Plan that might be brought forward by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on what we've discussed today during the budget session? Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board. Before we go into closing public comment, is there any additional comments from the board? No? Okay, then we can go into closing public comment. Is there any closing public comment here?
Jim Jackson. It's been interesting today, being the first time I've been to one of these meetings. I found some of the presentations to be very informative, others to be, I'd like to know a little deeper on what they're going on. But the actual topic that I'm looking for, I'm assuming is going to come up in the next day or two and everything. The one thing that I found amusing was when the county treasurer said that it was a pleasure dealing with some of the public. I'm assuming she was talking about me. My wife probably wouldn't agree with that, but I'll take any chance I can. I will be here again tomorrow to listen, and hopefully any comments that I have to make will be of some use to somebody. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Ellie Waller, closing public comment. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Also, where to begin? If there's more than one topic that you discuss and the public is limited to 3 minutes, depending on how big a crowd you got, it'll be very difficult to address if there are things like what I brought up about the South Shore Area Plan. And I'm not sure if you're going to be a little more lenient, because we sometimes have to wait for the presentations, not just see the written packet, to be able to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional closing public comment? Seeing no public additional public comment, I will just indicate tomorrow we will once again start at 10 a.m. We will start with a presentation by China Spring Youth Camp. I believe Ms. Stocking, the director, will be here. And then alternate sentencing, recorder, GIS, and then Public Works and HR tomorrow. So, and we'll once again take some time to get a bite to eat. So with that, the meeting is hereby adjourned for today. Thank you.